Hi everybody. I hope you guys can hear me because my mic was mashed up just now. I'm praying that it's working. Let me know if you can hear me. I don't know what I just did to it. I keep on breaking my computer. Yeah, you can hear me? All right, cool. Seems okay. Right, well, I've got Sikander in the backstage. So I'm going to bring him on here. Now, I don't really know what direction you need to change your title on Twitch. Why? It's too late. It's too late. I don't know. I don't know what's happened to that one. So I'm going to bring in Sikander now. I don't know exactly what direction he wants to go, and I'm going to let him lead, and then I'll answer any questions he's got, and we can have a bit of back and forth. As always, I'll leave it up to the guest to decide whether they want to talk to people. It's up to him completely. If he doesn't want to, then he'll just answer the questions in the chat. Okay. It says Mortal Kombat 11. I'll change it later. It's fine. People will realize when they see Sikander. What's going on, bro?
Hello, what's up?
How you doing?
Good, good.
Looking very ominous.
Yeah, I didn't. So when you was messaging me, you messaged me on my other account that got banned.
Oh,
Yeah, so I just saw this now on when I opened the iPad.
okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I've got your other one now. I'll add you on here. But yeah, okay. So I don't know which direction you want to take it in. I'm kind of gonna let you just say what you want to say, and then I'll bounce off it, I guess, and then we can take questions from the chat as well.
Right. So, so I think I think the facts need to be laid out. Somebody has to say, because at this point it's getting ridiculous. It's actually getting pathetic, ridiculous. And somebody got to say something like we need to say something that hold on. We need to say something that actually we need the facts. Because I feel like everybody's just dogpiling on the game at this point. No, before we go into this interview, I want to make this clear.
Mm-hmm.
Mortal NetherRealm Studios. These people are the worst, most shittest, most garbage, most lazy developers I have ever had the upsetting, unfortunate position to be playing the games, like their games. These are the worst people in the gaming industry. They are the fucking most lazy, most shittiest devs of all time. In no way, shape, or form am I defending this company at all. This entire I'm not defending them at all. They're trash. Okay, I'm sorry, they're just shit. So we're not defending NetherRealm Studios here today. And the second thing I want to say is, apart from Tom Brady, everybody that you get on these debates are a bunch of ass shitters that don't understand fuck all about the game or understand the game in general, and they're a bunch of hive-minded freaks. Okay, I just want to make
The problem is with people that I bring on or people that I invite is that I don't know if you've seen on Twitter, but I kind of open it up to anyone, and a lot of them will talk on Twitter a lot, but they won't come to the streams. I think the only person that's really come here to defend Mortal Kombat is that people know is Cherney, and he didn't do the greatest job. So it is what it is. I can't really put any ideas in their head. I let them speak, and that's what they come out with.
All right, so Cherney came on here then, did he?
Cherney came on here when Tom Brady and the NRS developer were here, the former NRS developer. We let him speak. Unfortunately, buried himself. Even the NRS developer kind of looked at him sideways. Even though we couldn't see his face, we knew that he was looking at him sideways.
Okay, well, I'm going to be honest with you. The last time, okay, so Cherney, of all people, I think that wasn't the best idea to get him on. I mean, he understands MK1 like me, but he's got this thing. Forget him. But I'm not here to. What I'm doing is I'm not here to defend MK1 either. I'm not here to defend NetherRealm or MK1. I'm here to tell you that what I see. Because you can't defend them. You can't defend MK1. You just can't because it launched as a beta. It's got all these stupid ass issues here and there. The devs are lazy. They took fucking 49 days to put Ghostface cancels back in, you know, stuff like that. Like, we're not here to defend them. We're here to lay out the facts. Now, the first thing I want to say is to everyone that says MK1 is dead. MK1 is dead. MK1 is dead. I have been on Twitter long enough to know what I'm about to tell you here. So, first of all, earlier today, somebody said that MK1 is a fail, was a definite fail. So I asked this person, can you show me a article that tells me that is saying that the game was a fail? I asked him because to say something like that, you need sales numbers down, players numbers down. That's what you need. That's what a fail is, in my opinion. And this guy was, instead of showing me an article, this guy wrote a fucking novel, a novel this long, all the way down with his Twitter blue shit. I was like, wait, I didn't ask for this. I asked you for an article. And he kept going on and on and on. And I asked him again, you're still going on and yapping. Show me an article. He wouldn't do it. So if we was to take this one person and multiply it by tens of thousands at this fucking point, that's what you got on Twitter. You've got a bunch of fucking idiots running around saying MK1 is dead, MK1 is dead, but they can't provide evidence. Now, what I can do is, because over 500 people added me on Warner Bros. Games on the crossplay thing on MK, on the social, if I accept all them requests, which I did, and then open the leaderboard for this season, it literally says that up to 200,000 players played this last season. And then Ed Boon says that the game sold over 5 million and it was one of the most played games in December. I'm not here to defend it, but the facts are there. So what are your counters to it? Your counters to this is, oh, well, it's dead on Steam. It's dead on Twitch. It only has 45 people watching on Twitch.
Do you want me to give you the counters to that?
Go on then.
So the counters to that is, unfortunately, with PlayStation numbers, you can't really find accurate numbers out there. There are accurate numbers because Ed Boon posted up saying it's the top 15 played PlayStation games. So I went digging for these numbers, and there's a couple of websites that show how many people log into Mortal Kombat 1, which was sitting at 249,000. But then it had how many people were playing for the hour, like average, and the average was sitting at about 6,000 to 10,000. I've put some of the websites. I've got some of the websites here. I put one up in the video that I made recently. So it looks like, for example, I might turn MK1 or I might go to the loading screen, and that would count as a player that has actively turned on the game within the month. But actually playing within the hour, the only website that seems to track it is active.io. There's a few others, but their numbers are lower. And I thought, let me stick with active.io because it seems like the most reliable. It says 6,000 to 10,000. Steam says right now, Steam is looking at 2,100. So I think it's difficult because Ed Boon doesn't post the numbers. He just says it's in top 15. But if you look at the top 15 games, if you notice what's above Mortal Kombat 1 is Sparking Zero. Sparking Zero lost 90% of its player base, and a lot of people presumed it to be a dead game. But in December, it was above Mortal Kombat. That should give you a rough estimation where Sparking Zero is sitting at like 12,000 a month, apparently on PlayStation, and about 6,000 on Steam. If MK is below it in the top 15, then I think it's safe to assume that maybe the top 5 games have a gigantic pool of players, and then the games that are below that have a massive drop-off.
Okay, so here's the thing about that. This player count IO thing that you said, like you said as well, there's no way to track how many people are playing the game on PlayStation unless NRS can see it themselves. I mean, they're the only ones pretty much who can actually see it. I wouldn't trust first of all, I wouldn't trust that but I also wouldn't trust a website with IO written on the end of it because it just feels like they're pulling you in for some ad revenue on their fucking site or something. Because I don't trust that personally. But if Dragon Ball Spark, you see, that's another thing as well. They're calling Dragon Ball Sparking Zero dead as well. That doesn't make sense to me either because it sold really well, but everyone's calling it dead. How?
I think they're calling it dead because I still play Sparking Zero. I would say I'm part of the community, but I can see the massive drop off because when the game came out, we had like 100,000 people playing, and then by the second week it was down to 40,000, and now on Steam it's down to like I think 8,000. And I wouldn't say that I struggled to get matches, but I can definitely see even in the Twitter space how people are not interacting anymore. So if it's just above MK1 and on Steam it's averaging about 8,000, and websites are reporting that it lost 90% of its players across the board, then it might be safe to assume that it probably is. The top 15 probably has a bunch of games that have monopolized a bunch of players, and then you've got the other games in the top 15 that are there because there still has to be a top 15, but they're not necessarily performing to that level.
Okay. I think there's something that we both need to understand at this point then. So here's the thing. What YouTubers now are doing is they're taking word off of the fucking cesspool. Sorry, this is the truth. Absolute cesspool offender fucking app called X. First of all, it's ran by a fat fuck named Elon Musk who can't fucking run an app to save his life. He can launch shit all the way to Mars, but he can't run an app. This app over here is the one. This app. People, the things I've seen on this app from people is why I will never take it seriously. So what YouTubers are doing is they're looking at what idiots say on this app and then take it and make a video out of it. And then they get views and engagement off it. And now that doesn't make sense to me because you're taking word as gospel from actual fucking retards on this app over here. Twitter. I'm sorry. I've never seen. I'm on Instagram. I don't watch TikTok, but I'm on there too. I've never seen this app here. This is the problem here. X, Twitter. Everybody they run around this app saying this is dead, that's dead, this is dead. They're doing the same with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6 was the best-selling game in 2024. And they're still hating on it. Like, it's getting so much content. They're still hating on it. The thing is, in my opinion, at this point, I feel like I think they're just ungrateful at this point. They expect boatloads of content to be satisfied, but Black Ops 6 is dropping a lot of good stuff, and there's even their own fan base is hating on it, saying, oh, the numbers are declining, this is happening, that's happening, blah, 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 blah. The content is bad. There's a lot of content, but they're calling it bad. Like, what do you people want, man? And now when you look at Mortal Kombat, it's a fighting game. It's not. First of all, MK is not as big as Call of Duty, but it's known as Call of Duty, I guess. But what do you want NRS to do here with this game? I don't get it. Right now,
No, sorry, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, right now, from what I can see, you're getting a DLC character, a balance patch, a Combat League season, new gear, and invasions and new premium skins. That's what you get each update over here. So what exactly do you need now? What? You need to understand one thing too. Mortal Kombat X and 11 never had anything like this. I don't know where expectation came from. Okay, MK11 launched with one single DLC character and then one balance patch with it. That's it. That is it. You got nothing extra. Nothing. The crypt was dead the whole time, but you're going back to invasions this time. What do you want? I don't get it. What do you want?
Are you saying that people on Twitter are just ungrateful no matter what
Yes,
NetherRealm does.
yeah, they're ungrateful. It doesn't matter what game it is, they will do it to any game. They will literally say the same shit for every game. If they don't like the game, they're just gonna say it's dead. They're just
Yeah, I
gonna
mean, calling the game dead is one thing. I think I wouldn't say it's in the best state right now, but there's still an active player base, so you can't say it's dead. I think people say that as like a diss, but it's not dead. I wouldn't say it's. I wouldn't even say it's on. I wouldn't say it's on life support, but I don't think it's doing good either. At least in the reputation of like Mortal Kombat fans at large, because Mortal Kombat's own community has cooked the game. They're the ones that have gone on the attack. I think that's why the videos get so many views. Is its own community has turned on it. I think that is true in both like the pro section of it and in the casual section. And we've seen even YouTubers like Waz and Brusque Poet where they said we're tapping out. And for someone like Waz, especially who was making good money on the game, from what I can see based on the views, there has been a turn on Mortal Kombat. Definitely. I don't know if I would take Twitter as like a good place to really pull opinions from, because even the other day I put a review up for Tekken on how I feel about season 1, and some people were just like, "Oh, it's a skill issue," and I read them and I was like, "You can't really have conversations on Twitter, unfortunately." But that's true for all things on Twitter. Everything you see on Twitter is like over the top. People are giving the worst takes. They're just trying to like farm engagement. But in terms of like people disliking MK1 and not being grateful, I think because MK1 got off to probably the most disastrous start the series has ever seen, climbing back from that point was always going to be a near impossible task, because they already had a system in the game that people were like, we didn't ask for this. So anything they piled on top of that, people were going to be like, no, we don't want this. We don't want this. And it doesn't help when you get a year into the game and NRS are sitting on the couch and they say, oh, here's the mode that was blacked out, Warrior Shrine. And everyone's like, are you fucking kidding me? It just feels like for some of these people that came from the 3D era where they packed the games with loads of content, and then people that moved into MK9 and MKX, to see what has happened of MK1, it's going to be tough to sell people on it at large, I think.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to say about that. So what do you, at the start of when you started talking, you said something, what was it? I forgot. You said something about
how it got off to a bad start.
No, before that, you said something. I was gonna say something. I
No, just people in general on Twitter, they just say crazy shit or they don't engage with posts. Some of the people from the MK community that do like the games come to my videos and say, "Oh, you're a Tekken glaze or whatever." But I put up a review that I basically ripped Tekken 8 and I said it's not a good first season. I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1. I don't hate Tekken, but this is. And some of them were like, "Oh no, you're hating for no reason." So it doesn't matter what you say on X. Someone's gonna say something stupid.
Okay, all right. So you was talking about YouTubers leaving the game now and leaving the franchise, right?
Yeah, some big YouTubers, yeah.
So, as far as from what I saw on Twitter, Waz, I think he was like one of the biggest, right?
Yeah.
And from what I saw, I'm pretty sure I saw him say that he's pursuing our IRL content or something. I don't follow him, but it popped up on my timeline here. So, if that's what he wants to do, because I think he wants to follow the footsteps of like IRL streamers and like he wants to blow up basically like massively. If that's what he wants to do, that's cool. He didn't explicitly say it has anything to do with the game. It's what he wants to do.
In his YouTube video, he put up a YouTube video saying that he doesn't have any passion to play a game anymore, and it's moved away from what he loved about Mortal Kombat. Kind of similar to what Brusque Poet was saying. I don't know if he put it up on Twitter, but Wise definitely said that, this is not for me anymore.
I looked at his Twitter replies when I saw the video, and it definitely says in there that it has nothing to do with the game.
Maybe he changed his mind.
It is whatever it is. It is. Yeah, he did. It doesn't. Well, we're not going to dwell on that, but
Mm.
if people are moving on from the game, then go, I guess. I mean,
Mm.
we're still gonna be here. We're still gonna do. Rips is gonna stay there. I'm gonna be here, etc., etc. Honestly, what I would say to what that is, I'm gonna go ahead and do a diss. Um, to any YouTuber that left MK, you're just not interesting. You're boring. That's why you left. Nobody cares about you. Sorry, but no one cares about you. What did you do? Just sat there and made some shitty clip combo videos, etc., etc. That's all you fucking did. You just went online, beat a bot, clipped the combo, uploaded it for shock value. You didn't do anything.
Do you think it's possible that people could leave the game because they just hate the direction it's gone in?
It is possible, yeah, for sure. But the problem is that once they leave the game, they will never truly leave it. Because number one, if you fucking leave a game, why are you still talking about it? Why are you still trying to shit on it, etc., etc.? If you don't play the game, like me, I play the game every day, so I can shit on it. They don't. They sit on the fucking menu and watch and talk and do this and do that. That's all they do. It doesn't make sense to me.
Do you think that, and guys, I can see your questions coming in. I'll get around to them in just a sec. Thank you for the super chats. But do you think that people that purchase the game, that like, or maybe played Mortal Kombat for a long time, do you think that once they stop playing the game, they should stop talking about it? Or do you think as a consumer of the product, people have the right to say what they want to say about it?
So people, of course, have the right. If they bought the game and they're not happy with it, they have the right to talk shit, right? But what I'm saying is, I feel. Well, here's what I wanted to say before that. Now I remembered. I am all for if you want to say the game's dead, it's failed, it's dying, it's this, it's that. If you want to say that, I will support you. Literally, I will support anyone that says it. But what I'm asking for is a source. That's it. If you provide me a source of, oh, this says it's dead, an IGN article says MK1 has dropped and is dead, then okay, I will retweet it and I will say that's what NRS gets. You can go look at my Twitter yourself. Anytime something shitty happens for NRS or another game wins Game of the Year award, I say that game deserved it. So I am not a shill. I don't care. If the fact is the game's dead, I will take it. I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna play. But that's what I'm trying to. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I forgot to say. And then what did you say? You said something about consumers.
Yeah. So if you're a consumer of a product, and like for example, a lot of people that I spoke to pre-ordered Mortal Kombat 1 and felt like hard done by it. And one thing that I've noticed, especially in the content that I make, is I will talk about all sorts of things with Mortal Kombat 1, whether it's the community, NRS's feedback, and those are things that I don't think you need to do. You need to play the game to speak about. I think if I like want to talk about what is it called, the combat cost, if it was good, if it delivered. If I want to talk about like the presentation of Scream or of Ghostface, or if I want to talk about the response on Twitter between the developers and how they're treating the community, do you think those are things that you need to play the game to speak about?
If you want to talk, okay, so at that point, I think it's giving obsession, because if you don't play the game, but you're actively looking at everything the game is bringing and doing, then it basically means you're playing the game in your head, but you're not playing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I brought Dead by Daylight, and I played it for a good amount of time. And then when I started to understand the game, I understood how fucking garbage it is. Now, to the Dead by Daylight players in the stream, I started fucking playing Dead by Daylight when Dead Hard, the perk, was broken. Like, it would literally just carry the shittest players, and I played it at the worst point. Like, now they nerfed it, but once then I was this is the first time I started actually watching streamers for Dead by Daylight on Twitch. So I watched some of them, and you know what I realized? The game ain't for me. I did spend the money. The game's not for me. So I dropped it. Just like everybody else would drop it, I dropped it. And I didn't play it. I don't play it no more. I hate it, actually. But I'm not actively talking about it. I'm not making videos about it. I'm not chasing it. I'm not attacking everything it brings to the table, etc. It's giving obsession at this point. If you're that engaged in the game that you fucking hate so much, what are you gonna get out of it? NetherRealm is the one that's sitting there looking at their sales numbers, looking at their player numbers, looking at this and that. They're fine. I don't think they give a shit. They don't, because they can see people are playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said the game's selling. Nobody said the game's going to appeal to everyone. Every MK game is different. I've known people from MKX who never came to MK11 because they didn't like it. And I don't see them or speak to them no more. They left. Okay? From MK11 to MK1, same thing. I haven't seen those people come over either. So, what do you want? Like, I don't get it. You want every fucking MK to be the same or something. What do you want?
Let me ask you a question then, based on something you said at the beginning.
Yeah.
You said that you're not defending NRS. They're the laziest developers. They deserve the hate they get.
Yeah.
If you believe that, then if you believe that people should be able to push back on them and that they're extremely lazy, what is the basis of that? Because if the developers are lazy, doesn't their laziness reflect in the game?
Yes, it does reflect in the game. What I'm trying to say is it's like beating a dead horse at this point. We get it. The fucking devs. What? Okay. Imagine you logged onto Twitter every week and you see a new post talking about, this, that. You see a new post talking about the same exact thing as the last week before it. Doesn't it get old? Doesn't it get boring? We get it. We know. All right? Like, we fucking get it. I don't want to log in every day and see the same shit again and again. Like, unless something huge develops, like when the guy deconfirmed the Combat Pack 3, okay, that's when we can all fucking jump on the NRS hate train. Them assholes promised years of content, and this insider saying otherwise. So, yeah, totally go ahead. And by the way, that's not even looking true now. So all of that was for fucking no reason. All these videos that people made saying, MK is over, it's dead, it's done, the combat pack is cancelled, it's over. You're gonna look like a right bunch of fucking wankers now because there's new shit data mined and there's new DLC coming apparently in this new pack. It's been data mined that new shit is coming. So if it comes, then everybody's gonna look like a dickhead. And if it doesn't, then we're still gonna look like dickheads, you know. Like somebody's gonna look like a dickhead at the end of it.
Do you think that people making content on MK1 ruins the experience for you or others?
No. What I think is I don't appreciate. I feel like it's laziness. You're as lazy as NRS if you literally commit your channel to hating on Mortal Kombat 1. I feel like it's lazy content because you're beating a dead horse, you're screaming into an echo chamber, you're not actually making anything. What am I doing? I'm fighting the fucking most worst, most shittest, most disgusting players on this game, on a stream. And that is worth something because these fucking, they're spamming, they're mashing, they're lagging, they're this and that and this and that. If you're not doing that, why are you even... Okay, 103, 102 or 3 videos, fine. They've been doing it for a year now.
When you say hate content or negative content, let's use my content for example. I don't want to pour anyone else's names into it. Is there anything in my content that you think I'm lying about?
No. I actually checked your video and I thought you was shit talking the game after this new patch that they dropped with Floyd. But you clearly said that you was reacting to a video in it, right?
Oh, so, is that the rise and fall of Mortal Kombat
Yeah,
video.
yeah. That.
Mm.
When I saw that, so what happened? I think pretty much why this interview is happening, because I was like, wait a minute. If you're gonna make a video like that, once we just got one of the biggest game changers, which was Floyd, I think that's a bit weird. So I checked it, and obviously it wasn't what I thought it was. But still, I think credit is needed where it's due. I hate NRS, but the Floyd thing is huge. Like, everybody's chasing and talking about it and going after it. And based off that in its own, is it dead? The whole community is chasing Floyd, looking for Floyd. Floyd this, Floyd that, tracking challenges, tracking this, tracking that. Everybody's excited to unlock and fight Floyd, and then you got these wankers saying the game is dead, the rise and fall, it's over, this, that.
All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my content because I'd like to use myself as a basis for your arguments, but then I'll ask you about who else maybe you're speaking about, if there's anyone in particular. So where you say that people are making like hate content, yeah, let's start with mine. Do you find my content on MK1 to be hateful or negative?
What I would say about that, all right, do I find it hateful or negative? I think you're giving your opinion about it, but I feel like you dropped the game straight away, didn't you? Like
About a month in.
Yeah, so I think if you're gonna comment on what they do, like, as it goes forward, like non-gameplay wise or something, like what they do on combat casts and what they reveal, etc., I think that's cool, because you're talking about that. You're not talking about the gameplay. Because if you was talking about gameplay without playing it, then that would be a bit weird, I think.
Yeah.
Right. But I think MK, so you was gonna ask which
so my content, like, because when I dropped the game, I made a series of videos on what I thought was wrong with the gameplay and why I dropped it. But my Mortal Kombat content has all been around like the infrastructure of Mortal Kombat 1, how the devs have responded, the community, general things that are happening from day to day. So you don't have an issue with any of that. You'd have an issue if I was talking about the gameplay actively all the time without playing it.
Yeah, so exactly, there you go. That's it. If you was on about the gameplay side of things, which I'd like to talk about next, actually, but if you was on about that, then yeah, that's. Sorry, I was reading the chat.
So what do you say then? Because I get a lot of people, I get a fair amount of people saying that I'm a Mortal Kombat 1 hater. And so because my content covers things that are happening in the scene or how NRS responds to things, what do you think about people that call me like a Mortal Kombat hater or Tom Brady a Mortal Kombat hater when we're talking about the reaction to the community or how NRS is treating the game, whether it's like the Warrior Shrine update or King of the Hill not having crossplay for some time or crossplay not launching of the game? What do you think about those sort of comments?
If people are calling you a Mortal Kombat, you and Tom Brady Mortal Kombat haters or something, I think your criticism is valid. Both of your criticisms are valid as long as it's not about the gameplay. Me personally, I'm all about gameplay. So that's my only issue and area of effect is gameplay. I only care about balancing and gameplay. Everything else outside of it, I don't really care about. So, which is why I haven't said anything all this time, because no one's trying to go after gameplay. And the only person that did was Tom Brady, and I agree with him totally about Sub-Zero. You know, he talks about the gameplay, Sub-Zero. So I'm with him on that because it makes sense. So to go and call you a hater of Mortal Kombat 1, if somebody says that, and if you do hate it, you deserve to hate it. That's fine. I got nothing to say about that. They shouldn't be saying that, in my opinion.
So who is it in? Is there anyone in particular, content creators or players that make comments about the game that you want to call out?
I personally look. I don't remember the names, but I do see a lot of videos. I think some guy, I forgot his name. Yeah, I forgot his name. I can't remember. Something to do with Cluten. I don't know. I forgot his name. I
That's
see.
asking if it's fate.
Well, the thing about Fate is the guy's like 50 years old. He's fucking shitting his diaper, sitting there talking about MK. He doesn't have a clue how to play the game. I don't know why anybody even gives that retard any attention. That's why I wasn't gonna say him. Wasn't gonna mention him because I feel like he's just useless and worthless as a human being, as a living, breathing human. I think he's worthless and useless. I don't think there's nothing good to come from somebody as dumb as him. I don't understand why anyone even talks about that fucking idiot. All he's got
So
to
you don't have like there's not specific people. They're just like in general on Twitter. You don't like what you're seeing from people.
it would be specific. It's my eyes. Like when I open the app on YouTube, I see recommended. Boom, MK1 is this, MK1 is that. Then they're putting that fucking stocks trading red arrow downwards in the fucking thumbnail and saying, yeah, this and that happening. But yet, still no way to confirm that it's actually going down.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And when it comes to Fate, man, I just want to say this. That man, his biggest worry, trust me, his biggest worry is waking up, making sure his diaper ain't full of shit. That's his biggest worry. There's nothing else to that person. So, I mean, that animal, he ain't no person. We don't need to talk about him. That man is obsessed with MK and my mom. He just keeps talking about my mom. So, I don't forget him, bro. He's just a weirdo.
Oh, I've got some more questions I want to ask you. Are you okay to respond to some of the super chats that have come in?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one's from Heatstroke. Thank you, Heatstroke, for the 499. He said, "Sick, if you could fix so from MK11 mechanic, what would have been as far as mechanics?" Okay, I guess he's asking you to fix something in MK11. What would you have made better mechanics wise?
Mortal Kombat 11's greatest and biggest issue is the meter. I would definitely fix the the breaker. The breakaway system is easily. Mortal Kombat 11 is a game that it's not a game in my opinion. I feel like you guys might be fucking think I'm crazy when I say this. So Heatstroke and everybody else listening. Nobody knows how the pyramids were built in Egypt. And I feel like I don't think anyone knows how MK11 was made either. Because there's no way humans did not make that shit. I know that for sure. Humans never made MK11. That's guaranteed. So let's not go there. And if you said what would I fix, if humans made Mortal Kombat 11, I think if I could fix something, it would be adding anti-airs, adding breaker from fatal blows, and I would take away the breakaway system and just give breakers back. That's it. I'll keep meter regen. I guess that's okay. Yeah.
Next one's from Gypsy Harlow. Thank you for the $20, Gypsy. Says, do you believe what's pushing people away is more about the gameplay or the overall world and characters have dramatically changed in lore plus vibes, both perhaps?
So me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of agree with him there. Do you think what's pushing people away? I think they've severely changed a couple characters in MK1. But here's the thing. Here's why I love MK1 because they done my boy Sub-Zero perfectly. I love how fucking how he doesn't give a shit. He's like my idol. Like he don't give a shit. fuck everyone. He wants to achieve his own goal. They did Sub-Zero so perfectly in this game. He's just so awesome, Bihan, right? However, Hanzo Hasashi as not as Scorpion is a very big red flag. First of all, they fucking ruined Kuai Liang because obviously he was the Grandmaster from MK9 to 11, and I started out with Sub-Zero with him, so he's like a big part of my startup, and they fucking ruined him in this game, which I don't care about him no more because Bihan is better. And the other one is Raiden. That is not my Thunder God.
Mhm.
That's not my Thunder God. I don't know what the hell they've done to my boy Raiden, but that's definitely pushed me away from playing him. He's just become a farmer now. I fucking hate it.
As far as I'm concerned, Raiden died at the beginning of MK9 when Shao Kahn swung the hammer at him. The old Raiden from the original timeline, that was the badass Raiden. This Raiden from the second timeline and this timeline, I don't know who that is.
The thing is, man, the Dark Raiden, Dark Lord Raiden, MK11, he's so fucking awesome. So much potential there, and they just threw it down the drain, man.
Do you remember the original Dark Raiden from the 3D games?
No. From the 3D games, I don't remember anything from there, to be honest.
He was badass. He fried Shujinko. That Raiden was sick. Like if you crossed him, you were gonna die. And he was actually powerful. The way they depicted him, you were like Raiden was actually a scary character. I don't know what happened with NRS's direction of him. I think MK11 did a slightly better job, but it's still a shell of his former self. I would go back and watch some of the story from Deception, Deadly Alliance Deception Armageddon to see what he was like. He was way more badass back then.
I think, like, you got the 3D era, then you got NetherRealm era, and obviously things are going to change as they reboot it. That's one thing I never understood, though. It's a reboot, which means it's new. It's a new timeline. So things are going to be different. So what were people expecting? Okay, I wasn't expecting sub. Like, I didn't expect Kuai Liang as sub.
Mm-hmm.
But what was you expecting? Like, it was clear from the start that this is a new timeline and a new reboot, but people still acted weird over it. Why?
I think the reason people got upset with it is because it's the second time they've done it now, which is it's hard to invest in the story when you keep doing it over and over again. And now the worry in people's heads is they're going to keep on resetting every time they fuck up the story. And I think the other problem is that they reset the universe, but they kind of change things around ever so slightly so that it's almost not even noticeable if you're not really paying attention. And I think it's a bit like, what's the point? You made Kuai Liang Scorpion and Hanzo Hasashi's gone. He's basically a poster child. And you kept Sub-Zero as Bihan, fine. And then you made him Noob Saibot anyway. And then you had him act like a bitch in the story mode. I wanted to ask you because like Noob Saibot's one of both of our favorite characters. How do you think that they treated him in Chaos Reigns? Do you think that was good, or because I thought it was terrible?
That's the thing, man. I absolutely love Noob Saibot in that story mode. I just love him being the like Sub-Zero Bihan. Like, he's my favorite character now, like my number one favorite character, and anything to do with him, I'm gonna love it as long as they don't fucking kill him. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about him losing to Tanya?
He lost to who? Tanya?
He lost to Tanya, yeah.
That Chaos Reigns shit was so forgettable. I don't remember it. I don't mind. I mean, Bihan's gonna take L's because he's arrogant. He's mad. He's this and that. What can we say? He's gonna take L's. He took an L to Kuai Liang. He got his ass whooped in the main story, and he got locked up. It's gonna happen because he takes the L, but he's still the best character to watch in the fucking story. Still the best.
I disagree with you there. The reason I disagree with you is because Sub-Zero, to me, he's meant to be one of the strongest characters on Earth and just in the game in general. So even in his arrogance, him losing to someone like Tanya when he's been beefed up by Havoc in his Noob Saibot form, and just to be clear, in terms of gameplay, when I saw Noob Saibot, I was like, yeah, they've designed him really, really well. But in the story, he's meant to be really threatening and scary, and he loses consistently. Even in the old timeline, he lost to Jackie, he lost to Jax, he lost to Nightwolf. I can't remember a fight Noob Saibot actually ever won. So I don't think they do Sub-Zero justice because he's meant to be basically on par with Scorpion, and yet he just continuously loses.
Well, there's only two things I can say about that. One is an arrogant Sub-Zero is not meant to win because, of course, they want the good guys to win all the time, and like a bad Sub-Zero is not supposed to. Like bad is not meant to win. I don't know why, but it's just like that. But I think you and me. This is me personally, but everybody else, nobody should give a fuck about who wins or who loses against who in any story mode after what they did in MKX. Cassie Cage beating fucking Elder God corrupted Shinnok was, forget it. After that, I stopped caring. Deadass.
I hear what you're saying, but because NRS changed the game in terms of story modes in fighting games, I think NRS are to, you can give them the credit for making story modes more of a thing in fighting games, right? I don't think if MK vs DC and MK9 didn't come about, I don't think Tekken would have gone the route that it did. So I give NRS their praise with that. But with that, when you set a high bar, I expect you to tell a good story. And where NRS really does go out of their way to like put on this Netflix style story, if you want me to invest in your characters, I think you need them. I think you need it to make some sense. So where Sub-Zero is the Grandmaster implies that he made his way to the very top of the Lin Kuei, which is meant to be Earthrealm's top clan. If you get all the way to the top of the Lin Kuei and you're the Grandmaster, and then when you're on screen, all you're doing is losing, to me, it seems like a disconnect between the writers and the direction they were going with the character in the first place.
Okay, so I agree with that. I don't think it makes sense. The problem with that, and there's only one answer to that, is the story director guy who actually got off Twitter because of how much he got harassed over it. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest, that guy's shit at writing, and he doesn't deserve to write any further, but we can't make that decision. WB can, NetherRealm can, and obviously John Tobias writing. If he ever writes anything for MK again, that's going to be something everybody would prefer over some ass shitter who's fucking writing this garbage up. So personally, also one more thing, I feel like MK11 Aftermath story and MK1's main story are absolutely great to watch on YouTube. I'm perfectly fine with them. I think they're great and cool. So I love watching them here and there. So from time to time, I just sit down and start watching it. It's like a 3-hour blockbuster movie. So yeah, I'm fine with watching them because it's got great action in it. When it comes to the actual little details in the story about Lin Kuei being at the top and stuff, I think there's zero amount of fucks I could give about it because, again, I'm all about gameplay. So if they screw up,
that's fair. But do you understand why people would be annoyed by it? Yeah, and do you think it's fair for them to call them out on it?
Definitely. Fuck them, man. They deserve to get called out. I told you once again, gameplay is my main area of focus, and when it comes to the rest of the game, they deserve whatever criticism they get. They deserve it. When other games went straight, which one won? Which fighting game won last year for Game Awards?
Last year, I can't remember what it was last year. I think it was I don't know what it was. This year was Tekken. No, was it Tekken was last year? Right? We're in January now. Yeah, it was Tekken. Tekken won.
Tekken won Game of the Year last year.
Yeah.
Deserved. Deserved. Fuck NetherRealm. Deserved.
Yeah. I don't think Mortal Kombat was in the running because it's a 2023 game. But I think when did Mortal Kombat came out like 2023, so yeah, it wouldn't have been in the running.
Still, they deserved it. Tekken deserves it, man. Straight up. Like NetherRealm doesn't deserve shit. They don't deserve no. Let's be honest.
All right, I'm gonna come back to that where you saying they don't deserve shit, but I'm just gonna read out the other super chats. Thank you for the 199. Can he have a cigarette?
You know, the people always say why is Sikander angry and toxic all the time, and it's because of guys like him. This fucking idiot has been coming back to my streams every fucking like 3-4 months now, saying the same fucking thing. So
Oh, you know him.
yeah, I know that dickhead. Yeah, I don't know
All
him,
right.
but I know he's been coming back with that shit all the time anyway, and now he's bringing it to your fucking stream right now, which I'm mods. If you see him, break his legs in my stream.
Right, Bino, thank you for the 5 subs once again, bro. I really appreciate that. Shout out to Bino. No Joe, 199. Thank you. Hey Sikander, are you competing in the pro comp?
In the program, I don't even know when that thing is starting. Number one, number two, I'm pretty sure you gotta travel out to New Mexico or something.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely have something here with Sub-Zero Cyrax, which I have debuted in Rips Arena. However, I personally cannot or will not see myself in it as long as Scorpion and Kenshi exist the way they do. I do not see the joy in traveling across the world to go and lose to one fucking button into a mix-up with Scorpion, or one hit into an entire fucking match being over, which is Kenshi. Those two are going to be abused, and I'm not going to be there for it. I don't want to see it.
Fair play. But I'm going to ask you about Rips Arena in just a sec. And last one, it's from Jahuti. Love you both. Here's $5. Thank you so much, Jahuti. W's in the chat for Jahuti, please. So with I've seen you on Rips Arena recently, like doing really well, and I wanted to ask because I spoke to you ages ago when I was coming out to Versus Fight to ask if you were going to come to the tournaments, and you were like, "I don't do tournaments and whatever." What changed? What made you want to jump into Rips Arena?
So this is about to be. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but this is about to be a huge little segment of its own. So you could title this one MK1 gameplay or something. So what I'm going to explain first is MK1, what it's supposed to do, and then I'm going to explain why I started. This needs to be said. I want you to look. Mortal Kombat 1. Now, everybody that's watching, that calls the game shit, hates the game, blah, 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 you deserve to call it that. If that's what you feel, sure. I think it's shit too, but it's fun, in my opinion. So, here's the thing. You got an entire roster of characters, and every character here, except Sub, in my opinion, since day one, except Sub-Zero didn't have a real cameo team-up. Everybody on the roster has one cameo team up that is where if you get hit by this team, you're going to hold whatever happens. Now, if you're willing to accept that, if you're willing to accept getting hit and holding what happens after it, that's MK1. Mm-hmm. So if you get hit by Sindel Tremor, you're gonna accept that she's gonna restand you into another mix-up with Tremor. If you get hit by Reiko Tremor, you're gonna hold a launching command grab and then zoning. If you get hit by Smoke Sector, you're gonna hold the missile hitting you on block while he goes invisible. So it's a pick your poison game. Everyone in the game has some dirt. Whoever gets hit first is gonna hold the dirt. And whoever gets the hit first is the superior player and applies the dirt. And that is fun, in my opinion. It's fun because the challenge is to not get hit and get the hit. And that's every fighting game. But that's MK1. And if you don't, obviously everybody hates the cameo system, etc. They all say shit about it. But that's what the game is. If you get hit, you're going to hold it. And if you don't want to accept that, and you're not trying to put the time in to learn your own dirt, that's on you. Go fucking play another game then.
So would you say that the reason that you entered Rips Arena is because you're having a lot of fun on this game and you felt like it's a good enough one to enter it for?
So here's the thing. From the release day up to this Ghostface patch, from release day up to the Ghostface release, so after Chaos Reigns, I only had fun in one way. That was literally just doing Sub-Zero combos. His air combos are awesome and stuff like that. Those are great and fun. However, this is where everything changed. In the Ghostface update, they added this new thing for Sub-Zero where if you hold X on his slide, he will do the full slide. So if you do an EX slide and hold X, he would do the full animation with the spear. That wasn't there before since release. With that being there, it has given Sub-Zero a half-bar cameo launcher, armored launcher, with Cyrax. So upon discovering that, I understood. So that wasn't in the game the whole time. What I was looking for is what cameo. So there was this one day where I lost to a fucking Johnny Cage, Janet Cage player. What he did was he won against me by doing a throw combo, and I was like, that's it. These fucking assholes keep spamming throw combos on me, but I can't find one. So I went to look for one, and I found Cyrax. And it's a half-bar cameo Cyrax throw launcher, but then I also discovered the armored launcher. And upon discovering it, I started playing it more and more and more. Then I started seeing the vision. In the corner, you get mad damage off of any hit that you get off them. Then you get a bomb set up with it. Then you can take one of their balls away with the net. Sub-Zero is probably the best character in the game that works with Cyrax because you can literally use every Cyrax move with Sub and you get something off it. And that's not the case for everybody else. Everyone else, no one. There's not, how do I say it? There's like 1 or 2 or 3 other characters in the game that guarantee a net off every hit.
Mm-hmm.
And Sub-Zero is the best one that works. Sub-Zero lets every Cyrax move. This is why I entered Rip's Arena. He lets every Cyrax move. Every Cyrax move works with Sub. The net, the copter, the forward copter, the bomb setup in front of them, behind them, you freeze them, you throw the bomb out, the bomb setup up. So yeah, that's why I entered it. I entered it because I am now confident. I am now, every hit I do, every hit before this was just 36% meterless with Serena.
Mm-hmm.
Every hit now is into a guaranteed meter takeaway and a bomb setup. So we can scare the shit out of them. Are
you confident enough now to go to offline tournaments?
I'll get to that in a sec. Now, if I put somebody in the corner, they're gonna suffer really bad. Doesn't matter what arm. Well, it does matter what arm and move they have because there's a couple of them that get out of it. But it doesn't matter what you do. You're gonna be shook for your life in the corner. I'm gonna put you there. You're either going to have Cyrax standing behind you or you're going to have a long-ass clone, EX clone, standing in front of you because they buffed the EX clone with this patch. It stays there. If you do an EX clone in the corner now with Sub, you can do 3 ice clone punches and it will still be there for that entire duration. So they buffed that as well. So it's either EX clone or Cyrax behind you. You're going to hold one of them and you're going to be shook. That's it.
Do you think that Cyrax, because I know for a long time people were saying Sub-Zero is low tier in this game. Do you think Sub-Zero has pushed up the tier list by Cyrax?
Sub-Zero is definitely not low tier with Cyrax.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the problem. Everybody else in the fucking game is fine on their own. But then Sub-Zero's only good with Cyrax. I feel like once you master Cyrax the way I have, and I'm still currently doing as well, you'll see the vision because I don't think there's no way it's low tier. What he can do to you on any hit is kind of crazy. And the problem with Sub is that he has no way of opening you up. But with the Cyrax team up, it becomes a strike throw gameplay. So you're either gonna eat a mid shimmy or you're going to eat a throw combo. Sub has a throw combo on this side and that side, both sides. but the forward one is 2 balls. And even then, 90% of the characters in the game, if they use that forward throw combo, it's going to be useless.
Mm-hmm.
With some, you get a guaranteed meter takeaway and a bomb setup off it and damage. Everybody else, they just get a launching combo and just end it. And it's shit damage too. So everything is just worth it with Sub-Zero.
All right, so I'm gonna read out some more super chats came in for you, but I wanted to ask you before I read them. You clearly like Mortal Kombat 1 a lot. So if they decide to support the game beyond, if we get a Combat Pack 3, what do you want to see from Combat Pack 3 in terms of characters? Let's say it's 6 characters again, and I don't know, 6 cameos or whatever. And let's say that they're going to be updating the game's content. What would you like to see from a Season 3 in MK1?
Okay, so in my personal opinion, first of all, I don't want to give hope to everybody out there, but me personally, I definitely 100% don't see it being over after T1000 releases. So, because clearly Ed Boon posted that the game is doing well. That's number one. In sales. Number two, there's a pro comp happening, a brand new one, so it would be fucking stupid to stop there.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, I think Stephanie Brownback on the Combat Cast said something about there's new characters and something like that coming. However, what do I want to see? Well, first, I don't want to see any fucking guests that nobody asked for, like Conan. Nobody asked for Conan. The thing is, what I believe is, they put Conan in there as a filler. Like, okay, Homelander, it was the right choice because The Boys is popular. Who the fuck remembers Conan the Barbarian? I mean, Scream is great. Everybody loves Scream. I love it. But fucking Conan, no. Combat Pack 3 needs to have actual fan favorites. I would be so fucking pissed if they ended on Conan and T1000. I'm personally looking forward to T1000. I'm really excited to play him. I grew up watching Terminator 2, so I'm excited for him. But Conan was the biggest waste of slot. Sorry, this whole Combat Pack is shit. There's 3 characters good, and then there's 3 shit ones. Who the fuck asked for female Cyrax and Sector? No one. They just did it because they want. NetherRealm only did that because they want to appeal and fit in. That's why they only did that. We already know that. They did that because they want to fit in and say, oh, we are very diverse. There's no point doing that. We can see you are diverse. We can see it in Janet Cage, all right? But we can see it in Melina being with Tanya, and we can see it. Don't worry. You don't have to change the genders of these characters for no fucking reason. So, what do I want to see? Actual fan favorites. I'm pretty sure Jade is.
Do you still have beef with Jade players?
Yes, I do, bro. Bro, please, no. Please, listen, bro. Fam, you already know that these Edenian players, bro.
Alexis is in the chat. She's one of them, isn't she?
I've been fighting. I fucking lost it. She's got this this Edenian gameplay, fam. I can't stand it. It's the Edenian women, bro. These players, man, how they do anything and get rewarded for it. So if Jade is coming, I'm screwed, bro. I'm screwed. Listen, this season of Combat League, I tell you, I have never seen this many Katana players in my life. I swear to you, they've oh my god, I can't fight them. I can't. They just do any fucking thing and get rewarded, man. I'm sick of it. I fucking hate it. I really do.
But so, I think Jade's probably a good pick because she's popular with MK fans.
I'm not gonna lie. Look, I want the MK fans to get their Jade. I want the Jade fans to get their Jade. But I'm scared, bro. I'm scared, man. I'm scared, bro. I'm scared, man.
What other characters other than Jade then? Let's put Jade aside. Let's say that she's gonna get into the game. Other than Edenian characters, what other characters would you like to see from MK coming?
Okay, so if it's a 6-man combat pack, first I would love. Now, some of you know this, but my most favorite girl character is Scarlet, without a doubt. So, if my girl makes it in the combat pack, then I happy, I proud, I cool. I'm gonna be happy about that. I will main her straight away, day one. I don't even care if she's boring or not. So Scarlet, Sonya, Boraicho. Probably sure they're not gonna do that. Scarlet, Sonya, Boraicho. Well, we can't say Tremor because he's a cameo, so yeah, they fucked up on that one.
Isn't Kano one of your favorite characters as well?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Kane. If they put Kane in this game, you know how pokes are minus, right? Like you can poke him back and punish. If Kane comes to the game, there's guaranteed he's just gonna mash me to death. I'm good, bro. I don't need that in my life. I'm good. I don't want to fight Kane.
What about because one thing I've noticed about Mortal Kombat, other than maybe Shao Kahn or General Shao, is that there's no big body characters in the game. So maybe like a new version of a Shao Kahn character. Maybe that might be a new interesting way. No. Okay.
We're good. I've had my fair share of fighting Goro, then fighting Shiva and MK11. I'm good. Like I got beef with a lot of MK characters, man. I got beef with a lot of them. I didn't mind Melina in MK11 because she was low tier in that game. Like clearly she was rushed in a shit game, so I don't really care. But dude, in MKX they've been doing fucking ball roll wake ups. Now they're doing ball roll wake ups and fucking air ball roll wake ups, and they're getting combos off it. Man, I'm good. You got it, man. You got it.
What about would you like to see them make any new characters, like brand new Mortal Kombat characters as DLC?
I would like to see if they make a new character, which I'm pretty sure they won't because it won't sell. I mean, who the hell would want to buy a new one? They don't know it. I think
people would buy Floyd. If Floyd was DLC and they balanced him, I think people would buy him.
But that's the thing. Floyd is just going to be Chameleon, but male. He's got all their moves. I think what I saw was a ninja concept where he would have like Chrome. There you go. If there's a new ninja, a silver one named Chrome, then yeah, I'll take that. To be honest, I'll try him.
I reckon the T1000 is probably going to shapeshift into Chrome.
Exactly. There you go. So they've already got that. So he's basically there. They do the same shit that they did. Like Alien and MKX had the Tarkot thing variation, which means no Barakas come into the game. You've got it there. That's what they've been doing with these characters now.
All right, before I get to what kind of content you'd like to see, let me just read out some of the super chats that came in for you. Mark Robinson, thank you for the $2. Input delay made MK1 unplayable. What does Sync think?
I have no idea what input delay means. And if you've got input delay, you need to sort your settings out because what I'm doing and when I do it works. The only difference is that the PS5 D-pad controller just doesn't work that much for me when I need it to. I think it's just the input system. No, it's the controller for me personally.
Okay. Lugi, thank you for the £5, bro. With a ton of mechanics being implemented in MK11, and which ones do you absolutely want gone, and which ones would you like to continue? Okay,
first of all, he is the one that got me shook of air ball roll with Melina. So as soon as I saw his name, I got shook.
So you've played this guy before?
Yes, and a bit too many fucking times. I'm good, bro. I don't want to fight that again, but so with a ton of mechanics, Absolutely one gun. All right. Here's the thing. I would have said Fatal Blow, but because you can break from them in this game, I'm fine with them.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking from Fatal Blows is actually one of the reasons why I put MK at the highest for me personally, because breaking from Fatal Blows, MK11, I had suffered 4 years of not being able to break from a Fatal Blow on the ground and sometimes in the air. And I hated it because why are we giving them this thing that could kill you with one hit?
Mm-hmm.
But in this game, you can fucking completely slaughter your opponent. And as long as you got a breaker, you don't have to worry about shit. The breaker system in MK1 is absolutely brilliant. So we need that forever. We need the breaker system forever. We need the breaking from Fatal Blow forever. We need breakaway from MK11 gone forever. Like I said, MK11 was not made by human beings. It was made by ancient Mayan aliens from another dimension and got sent here. Because there's, you guys think I'm joking when I say this. I'm not. I truly believe that. I'm like, you can call me Alex Jones if you want, but that's the truth. No.
No, I will give MK1 credit there. Being able to break away from a super move. I can't tell people how much I hate having supers available every single round in Tekken. So where Mortal Kombat, you use it once and it's gone, or you can break away from it. I do think that's a very good implementation.
Yes, of course. So we need breakaways gone. We need fatal blows that cannot be broken from gone, and we also need this bullshit non-anti-air system that they had in MK11 gone forever too.
Fair play.
Whoa! One more thing.
Mm.
That fucking wake-up system in MK11. Get rid of that shit. Never bring it back. Fucking, you kidding me? You gotta guess from a forward roll, back roll, up 3, wake up jump, wake up poke, wake up buttons, wake up this. Ooh, fuck no. This armor system is great. Like it fucking rewards you for being patient and it destroys them for being impatient. It's great. I'll take that.
Fair play. No, I agree with you. The wake up system MK11 was horrible. One True Iceman, thank you for the $4.99. I had a dream last night. Goro snuck into Sikander's bedroom while he was taking a shower and swapped out his boxers briefs for Victoria's Secret panties. Did you have a response
So
for
you
that?
mans are bringing this retarded shit to another man's stream now, huh?
Do you know? Are you aware of who this is as well?
I've seen this cocksucker in my stream chat a couple of times, but I don't know why he's right. Man. You probably saw Goro sneak into your dad's bedroom and fuck him in his ass like the cunt he is. Now shut the fuck up, bitch. If you was in my stream, you would eat a 24-hour timeout right now, you fucking idiot. And that's my $5 now, bitch.
Thank you, Alexis, for the $4.99. They did say female Fujin and Nightwolf is supposed to be coming. Fujin is Raiden's sister now. How do you feel about that if they come in?
I'm not gonna lie, female Nightwolf would be really nice, to be honest. I'm fine with that because, you know, there's not like Matokans. It's not just Nightwolf. There's many of them.
Yeah.
So, and they just take up the name Nightwolf. It's not actually, his name is not actually Nightwolf. And I got one of my friends, Drucifer. He loves Nightwolf, and he would really love female Nightwolf. But when it comes to Fujin and his sister as a new character, well, I mean, the truth is this. The Sector and Cyrax gender swap was the stupidest thing because they've been known as the male cyborgs for the longest time ever. But when it comes to Fujin and Nightwolf and stuff like that, I don't think it's going to be a big deal, to be honest.
I agree with you. For Nightwolf, I think they've already alluded to the fact that the mantle is being passed on to a woman. I don't have a problem with Nightwolf. Fujin seems unnecessary. I don't think they should gender swap Fujin. It doesn't make any sense. But Nightwolf, I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah, Nightwolf, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. A female Nightwolf would be cool.
L with the $1.99. Thank you. They should bring back Cabal. Are you a fan of Cabal?
If you want, buddy, if you want Cabal, fuck off to MK11. We don't need that cunt back. All right, relax. He fucking literally, he had MK11 in a chokehold with that air gas bullshit. All right, just shut the fuck up, man.
All right, there's your answer. And then we've got me marks with $10.
No. Lee
No.
Bolden. This guy glazes Lee Bolden's cock like there's no tomorrow. And look at his face as well. You can tell.
Who is Lee Bolden?
He's one of my mods, one of my friends, and basically it's like every stream, it's there's a segment where I go against him because he won't shut the fuck up. And these assholes, he's got a cult in my stream now. Like there's a bunch of wankers that follow him and copy what he does and support what he does when he's trolling me. So I got no issue. We're gonna have the mods destroy, break all your fucking legs, and get you all out of here. Guy, he's dropped like $70-$80 saying $10 in $10 super chats saying this about Lee Bolden, this Lee Bolden, that. Man, look at your fucking face. Only look at your face. Look at your picture. Only a mother would love that goddamn face. And Lee Bolden. You must love Lee Bolden in your. Just move on, bro. I just forget him.
All right. And the last one for now, and then I'll read out the other ones that come in a little bit. Aztec Zombie, thank you for the $5. Not a question, just excited to see the Linkway Grandmaster on stream with my tribal chief. And he also said with another $5. Actually, I do have a question for Sick. How do you feel about NRS turning Sub-Zero full on heel when Bihan was morally ambiguous before Noob Saibot?
What can you explain that? What does that mean? I'm not sure.
So a heel in wrestling terms is a bad guy. And I guess Sub-Zero before, he kind of sat in the middle. You didn't really know what he was going to do. Now he seems like a full-on bad guy.
Full on. So, and I was telling you, full on bad guy. I think that me personally, I feel like if Sub-Zero, Bihan is just looking for, he wants the Lin Kuei to be on top, and if he wants that, he's willing to do anything that's necessary to do so. I'm gonna be supporting it. I don't really give a fuck. Go ahead, go do it. If he's gonna be the biggest bad guy and the villain, I don't care. I'll take it because Bihan is the king of MK. He's the king of MK1. This game is literally bollocks without him. It's boring. Every time other character cutscenes show up and whatnot, it's boring. He's the best. He's just number one in my opinion.
How do you feel about, and thank you, Azteca, how do you feel about there not being an actual Sub-Zero now? Because at the end of Chaos Reigns, Noob Saibot's there, Kuai Lang is now Scorpion, but there's no Sub-Zero.
Well, that's not exactly what happened. I'm pretty sure they locked his ass up in this box and said, we're gonna deal with him later and fix him later. Maybe in the next MK he just gets his powers back and he's all right. There's never gonna be a Mortal Kombat game without Sub-Zero, so they're gonna do something either way. I think it's gonna be Bihan again, but he's gonna have his default self on the main roster. But when it comes to the story, he's not gonna be himself or his default self. Just like they did with Sub-Zero and MKX. So Sub-Zero and MKX has his default skin, the blue one, with the hood and all that stuff. I think they're gonna do that again, basically.
What content, not character related and not stages, but what content would you like to see come to Mortal Kombat 1 if they continue to support it?
Here's the content you need for Mortal Kombat 1. This is the truth. You don't need DLC characters. DLC combat packs are the things that make people. NetherRealm knows this as well. Combat packs are the things that make people buy the game and pick the game up, etc., because these casual idiots love that stuff. And that's fine. However, when it comes to this game, will not truly change unless they make the right balancing changes. So what I'm saying is, if they add more new moves to every character on the roster, roster, regardless of they're going to be broken or not, is something they need to do, because it opens up. If they add one new move, you know what that means? So if they add one new move to Sub-Zero, that means he will be able to work with so-and-so cameo, and it will become great for him there as well. So new moves are needed, balance changes are needed, and cameo changes are needed, and new moves are needed. With all that, more than DLC, in my opinion. Because DLC, let's face it, motherfuckers see the DLC 1 week later, they don't fucking play it and care about it. And the game's back to being how it always was. Which is why they add new moves with every update, which is really good. I personally look forward to the new moves and the balance changes over any DLC character, unless it's one of my real favorites, which was Ghostface. Ghostface is my most favorite DLC character, because I grew up watching it. But again, balanced core gameplay changes and help is exactly what's going to change this game and save the game for people.
What would you say then? Because you're a fan of the gameplay. What area of MK1 currently do you think is really lacking in gameplay, and what would you do to fix it?
Lacking in gameplay. Truthfully, the last 5 weeks, I've been having the time of my life on this game. I truly feel like my skill has gone very high upon discovering the Cyrax cameo, and I'm starting to take the game how I initially wanted to take it, which was I was really passionate and hype about it. And once I got this, so I would say that Invasions should have mini games over just fighting a character for one round each time. I think it should have all mini games and stuff like that, like way more mini games. I think they should add the rooms as soon as possible. I hope they do it. I don't think they're going to do it at this point, but they should add the rooms. But where the game is lacking, I don't see it lacking exactly, because every time I play the game, I'm having fun. So the only thing that I truly need gone from the game is Scorpion, Pharah, and Kenshi. I need those three gone. I can't stand them. However, it might be a long stretch, but I think a nice little conquest mode would be nice, because they don't have to do a fully fledged one. I think they should save that for the next game, but a nice, nice area of it would be nice to have, to see. But I don't think they would do that either. So,
is there anything in the gameplay that you think could give it make it more exciting? Maybe not just to watch, but to actually play. Like I spoke to some people, and they were like they missed the MKX stage interactions where you could like pick up a block of wood and smack someone around the face, or Injustice where you can knock people through walls. Is there anything like that you think MK1 could benefit from?
Now, when it comes to interactables, keep that shit gone, please. Because number one, we're already dealing with a bunch of fucking cameo shit jumping around the screen. We don't need no interactables. However, the stage transition thing, I'm definitely interested in. I would love to see that, actually. Like in MK versus DC, I think.
Yeah.
Like that would be really cool to have, to be honest. I would take that for sure. They've given a lot of different variants of the stage, but nothing really changes. The fight line's still the same. Core gameplay. One thing that I would think about, I'm not gonna lie, I think it would be really stupid to add, but I don't know. I think a little stamina bar would be nice, because you're either wave dashing in, or you're using a stamina bar. So what everybody loves is fast-paced gameplay, which is why MKX is loved by everyone, because you run right in. In this game, in these games, you walk, block, walk, block, walk, block, stuff like that. And I think it gets boring for people to see. But when it comes to me, I'm an aggressive player, which means I'm forward dashing and getting in all the time. I'm not a zoner. So maybe a little tiny boost bar, a little boost stamina bar that lets you do a massive dash. How about that? A dash that pushes you from full screen to the middle of the screen. Something like that. That would be nice. But that's it, to be honest, in my opinion.
Okay, I want to ask you questions about the Mortal Kombat community and your relationship with them. But just before we do, and we'll come back to the gameplay as well. Just gonna read out some more questions that you got sent. Nick with the 999, thank you, bro. No question, just support for Brother Sick, Mike, and the best gaming community on the planet. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Alexis, thank you for the 499. Ask Sick his thoughts on Lily coming to MK as DLC. What?
Alexis, you know what? I think you should like doll yourself up, go out for the night, have a nice day, get off the stream for today, please. Good.
And then we've got EA not playing with the $5. Thank you, bro. WTW, fellas. Do you know what that means?
What's the word?
Oh, what's the word? Okay. Sub-Zero damage is atrocious. Scorpion is boring. Why are these two ninjas not figured out yet?
So here's the beautiful thing about it. Sub-Zero is so flashy and good to watch and play that even if this game is in its worst state, I would still enjoy it because Sub-Zero's air combos are fucking beautiful. His air strings are beautiful. His ground slam is beautiful. His ice ball is beautiful when you connect it. His launcher is beautiful. His back two is beautiful. His clone setups, everything's beautiful about the character, man. I just love playing him. I really do. I'm not upset in any way, shape, or form about this. Easily the best designed Sub-Zero of all time, without a fucking doubt. Better than MKX, better than MK11, no doubt.
Okay, I want to come back and ask you more gameplay questions, but I just wanted to ask you about like your relationship with the MK community because you're very vocal on Twitter. You've got a big YouTube channel. How has your relationship been with the MK community? Do you find it to be a welcoming community? Maybe not judging by your face.
The Mortal Kombat community on Twitter is the equivalent of a cartel gang, in my opinion. The Mortal Kombat community on Twitter is a bunch of dick riding, ass licking, brain dead bunch of cucks that have no idea what the fuck they want from a Mortal Kombat game, and when they do, they complain about it. However, the people within it, I'm not gonna lie, I don't consider myself a part of the Mortal Kombat community in the slightest. I'm doing my own thing, and with Sub-Zero. I'm not a part of that shitty community. I never will be. I never want to be either. Are they welcoming? No. Because what they did to me is, well, when I first started getting involved in Mortal Kombat 11, all I did was beat these pro players on ranked in MK11 with sub. And from there, it became a huge issue for them because their ego couldn't stand it. Like, why is this online guy beating us and we're so good, we play offline? So what they did was they tried to force me to go offline and play offline. And I'm like, bro, I'm just playing the game. Leave me alone. So it went on and on and on and on for months. And it got to a point where I had to tell these people, my dad just passed and died, so I don't have money to go offline and travel there and here. So can you just get the fuck off my dick, please? The fact that I had to do that in its own is ridiculous, and is why they're below my foot, man. Like, MK community is below my foot right there. Fuck that entire community. There's only a few of my friends in there, like Foxy and Ninja Killer. The rest of them are below my foot. I'm looking at my foot right now and I can see them below it, and I'm gonna crush them, shit on them. urinate on them. Fuck them. Fuck that community. Fuck everybody in that community, including that ugly cunt Sonic Fox 2. Fuck them
Oh
all.
damn. What have you been part of any other communities, or have you just sort of done your thing on Mortal Kombat?
I've never been a part of any other community. The only thing that I've done is nope. It's just me, to be honest. I think. When I first started, I was a part of one. Back in 2015, there was a guy named Supersonic Dan who streamed MKX on Twitch all the time, but he was viewbotting. He what's it called? Oh yeah, he had his own community, and I was a mod for him. So 2015, yeah. After that, no.
Okay. We got Six Arakin in the chat. Are you familiar with Six Arakin?
Oh, did you say 6 pedophile? Oh, right.
All right, we'll step away from that. Let's go back to the gameplay for now. I want to ask you. Let's say that MK doesn't get supported and they shut it down. Let's say that MK1 is going to go after T1000. What direction would you like to see Mortal Kombat go in? Would you like to see more of MK1, or would you like to see a new direction, or maybe them return to something they've done before?
If Mortal, okay. So can you say that again one more time?
So if MK1 dies, let's say that Ed Boon shuts it down when we're working on the next project. What direction would you like to see them go in? Would you like to see them return to more like the digitized era from like the early days, 3D, MKX style, or something completely fresh?
I would like to see them return to the 3D era style with upgraded graphics and engine stuff. I don't think they should change anything with it. Personally, the new stuff is not doing it for me. There's a few stages with good soundtracks, etc., that are like a nice callback to the old games, but that's about it. I think they should do way more of that and give it the old MK feel and make Mortal Kombat great again, something like that. Because what they're doing now, they're trying too hard to innovate, but it's not sitting that well with people. Okay, some people don't care about it, like me, and then some people really care about it. Some people are leaving fucking YouTube over it. So they gotta return to the 3D era type of music, type of style, dialogue, and all that shit. That would be nice.
What about the 3D gameplay? Or do you want it to remain 2D gameplay?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't fucking know shit about 3D gameplay. However, what I was thinking is they should do 2.5D and 3D in the next one, so you can choose between both.
Choose between them in the same game.
I mean, no one's done it before ever. They should be the first ones to do it because we sell the most with fighting games, right? NetherRealm still sells the most. Then do it, bitch. Go on. Do something that no other fighting game has done. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
I think maybe a healthy middle ground would be, in the 3D games, you could switch between fighting styles during the fight. Rather than picking variations, maybe like, say, Sub-Zero, you've got Grandmaster and Cryo, or whatever it was called. Have it in the gameplay where you can switch it around. It'll be crazy, but it'll probably be quite cool.
That's what I said, actually. You brought up a great point. That's what I said. Imagine you could switch your fighting stance in the gameplay. Like, you switch it during a combo, so you can make the combo different. Like, first Sub-Zero's fighting with the spine, right? Act 2 launches, then you press a button to go to the second fighting stance. There's 3 each character, I guess. And then he goes to Cryomancer from MKX and pulls out his swords and daggers. Then MK11, the third one, he pulls out his axes and he can throw the axe downwards. That would be so hype and great. I'm not gonna lie, it would be amazing. It would be so good.
If you could pick, I know we've had a lot of guest characters in this game. and I don't like all of them that have been in here. Let's say they weren't in Mortal Kombat 1. If you could pick your ideal guest character, who would it be? You can't say Michael Myers.
I was gonna say Michael Myers, but it's too obvious, so I'm gonna think of another one. I would say a guest character. Let me just look at my pictures real quick.
Someone said exotic baddie.
Since, if you was in my stream and you said that, I would ban you. Just put this shit on charge before it dies. Okay. So I would I'm just looking through my shit right now. It's Michael Myers, obviously, but aside from him, a guest character would be. You know what? The truth is this: they should bring back MKX guest characters in a pack.
Got Predator and Alien.
And Leatherface and Alien. That would be great. I'll take that. I'll just take that. I mean, just bring them back with this new system, and we're good.
If it wasn't for Jeepers Creepers 3 and the director getting outed as a nonce, I would have said Jeepers Creepers would be pretty cool to see in Mortal Kombat. I've always liked the design of the character. I don't know how other people feel about it, but that will probably never happen.
I would have said Ghostface, but they put him in. So my favorite horrors are, Halloween, then Scream, then The Conjuring. I don't think anything from The Conjuring would make it in at this point.
What's your favorite Conjuring film?
The second one, without a doubt. It's set in England, isn't it? Set in England. The second one.
It's set in Enfield. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's so good. Love that movie. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've actually driven past the house that it happened.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I know where the house is. It's pretty terrifying. I won't lie. Me and my mum have driven past it before. Even she's like, just like drive away from that. Before, it used to have a lot of crosses everywhere. Like there were crosses all over the door. There were cameras everywhere because people kept on jumping over the fence. But I think people moved into it and they took everything down. But people kept on jumping into the back garden. So yeah, it's a pretty creepy house. Also, the door number in the film is fake, obviously to protect the identity of the people that were living there. But I know where that house is.
Bro, who the fuck would live in there? Bro, I'd rather sleep on the streets. Hell no. And also, I was about to say something stupid about a guest character. I was about to fucking say Harry Potter.
Harry Potter and Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Fuck it, why not? Wand. You can use his wand and shit. I don't know. Or
yeah, I don't know if they'd be okay chopping up Daniel Radcliffe. Maybe Voldemort you could get away with.
Perfect. Yes, Voldemort. Yeah, there's my answer to your question. Voldemort from Harry Potter.
So in terms of like how people have reacted to Mortal Kombat 1, one thing that I see a lot from people is that, and whenever I pull people up on this, and I'm not saying this in a big-headed way, but I never get a straight answer. And I have an answer for it myself. But a lot of people are like, oh, your farming engagement from Mortal Kombat's downfall or whatever. But when I look at other games like Path of Exile or Elden Ring or Sekiro or Ghost of Tsushima, I've actually looked into people doing like negative content on the games and how well the videos do. And then obviously looked at Mortal Kombat, looked at Concord, looked at games that people genuinely hate. So, earlier when you're saying, oh, yeah, I want to see articles of like all these people that hate the game and whatever, is the fact that videos get a lot of views and that they're widespread in Mortal Kombat not evidence enough that the game was poorly received by people at large?
If people feel like the game is bad, then they're gonna tend to go to videos that call it bad. And if people get that many views off it, it's because they think the game is bad. However, there's another thing. Mortal Kombat is definitely the clown fest of the fighting games. It's like the most It's the most funniest and the toxic one, the one to laugh at. It's the class clown of them. So when it gets hated on, it's gonna get views, and I don't know, man. That's basically it. MK is the most toxic one out of all of them. It's the most open one out of all of them. It's the most stupid one out of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't consider it. If you're making the same points or like bringing up the same thing again and again, calling it dead and boring and whatnot and shit, I feel like you're screaming again into an echo chamber, which it does generate views, but are people gonna stick around for it long enough? Is it gonna help you grow, or are you just gonna sit there doing the same thing? That's the question. It's up to the people what they want to do with their channels at that point. If you want to be an MK hater for all your life and for your main content, go ahead, but don't expect to see growth from it. It's that simple.
Who are there any content creators in particular, other than Fate, obviously, because we've all seen your interactions with him, that you've interacted with in the MK space that you don't get along with for any particular reason?
Yeah, Dynasty.
Oh yeah, I remember you two had a. What was that all about? Why were you two beefing?
If I don't remember fully, but I feel like it was at a point where I was defending NRS and the game, which I don't anymore. I do defend the game's gameplay and superiority over the previous ones, but not NRS. So what I said, I'm pretty sure I said that he's turned against them because they don't invite him to Warner Bros. Events anymore. And he's salty and mad over that. So he's doing everything in his power to hate the game, but he doesn't play it. Like, what now I remember? So the guy fucking literally sits there looking at the menu, talking about the game nonstop. He doesn't even fucking play it. So why is he going on and on and on and on and on about it? Like, what's your fucking issue? So that was at that point my stance was different from what it is now. So I went after him about it. Then he blocked me like a dickhead.
So when you went after him, what did he say to you that sparked it into a whole fight?
We had a little back and forth, but then he made a tweet about me, about saying some shit like, imagine. He made an indirect tweet about me about my mom. So I was streaming one day, and this is something I want to clear up as well.
I'm so sorry, Sick. Just give me 1 second. Mods, can you ban that person? Please get that out of my chat. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. Alexis, Jahui, Jaton, if you're in there, please ban that individual. Sorry, go
on. So there was a stream where they have they're saying something about Sikander abuses his mother, and they've been dragging this narrative repeatedly. So there was a stream where I got angry. I got angry because my mom. So, when you're quote unquote working, right? You don't really want distractions because you want to concentrate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And well, my mom, she has no reason, but when she's on the phone with someone, bro, she fucking screams, dude. I don't know why. If the phone's right here, fam, she would scream so loud into it that the whole house shakes. Actually, the house shakes, dude. I can feel it, right? So I'm playing MK. I'm dealing with a chat full of retards. I'm dealing with a bunch of idiots on the game, and then I'm listening to that downstairs, and I've told her so many times, can you not do that, please? You don't have to scream into the phone. I've told her millions of times. So this time I lost. a match because I can't concentrate. And I was like, shut up. I went downstairs and I was like, can you be quiet? Please. You don't have to fucking do that nonsense. Stop it. Enough is enough. You don't have to. And he saw that. Dynasty saw that. And then he tweeted about it. And that's when it officially started, basically. I'm like, dude, just be quiet, bro. It's not that hard. You can make all the noise we want while I'm not streaming. I don't care. But just let me do my stream, okay? Then you can do what you want. I don't really give a fuck. But they've taken that fully out of context and they're saying that I abuse her. My mom literally calls me the worst and the biggest insults under the sun every day on the daily. Like if I even step downstairs, I'm being called a bastard like 5 times before I even walk out the front door. I don't really care, but if you guys think I'm abusing her, bro, I don't know what to say to her. You know, that's it.
So, what do you think about Fate going on and on about it? Because you're saying Dynasty did it, but Fate is really the one that is just he brings it up in almost every video he does.
Brother, first of all, abusing your mom. Wait, I'm a Muslim. You're not even allowed to speak up to your mom, but I did that, unfortunately. So I'll have to seek forgiveness for that. But mate, I don't understand. Where did this narrative? They're dragging this narrative to drag me in the mud. Like they're just doing it because they got nothing else to speak about at this point. Who the fuck abusing my mom, bro? My mom, I'm gonna be honest with you. Me and my mom have it's more of a friends relationship than a mom and son. I shit talk her. She shit talks me all day. I don't really shit talk her, but I only do when I'm asking her for energy bill money. I'm like, give me half. She tells me to go fuck myself. That's basically.
So has your mum seen all of these comments on the internet being made? Have you shown it to her?
Yeah, I showed it to her. I told her, look, this is what they're saying. They're saying that I'm abusing you and stuff.
What did she say?
She said it's full of shit. I mean, she's gone to her mom's house right now, so I can't bring her. I can't ask her to come here, but she knows it's bullshit. She says it's bullshit, but they're just dragging it on because they got nothing else to say about me. Like, the only thing they can say about me is I'm a toxic, raging gamer, but when it gets, like, bringing people into it, they're bringing my mom up nonstop. Like, you know what's funny? I got trolls bringing up my dead father again and again against me, which they think will affect me, but it doesn't because I'm not bothered. Talk about the dead man all you want. You can do that, but don't forget that it's gonna happen. First of all, you're gonna die one day soon, and second of all, somebody close to you will die someday soon as well. Everybody will. So go ahead and bring him up if you want. And then they're bringing my mom up. Like, this shit makes no sense to me, man. But go off and do what the fuck you want. It doesn't make sense to me. They're dragging that again and again. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it's just trolling on the internet, I guess. I mean, I try to not pay attention to it because I don't pay attention to it. There's not really much to go off, and most of them don't have profile pictures. You're just talking to a blank. It's like talking to a wall. So I wouldn't let it bother you at all. I think the only one that I'm always perplexed by it is some of the content creators. I didn't know Dynasty went down that road. Speaking about your mum, I thought that there was a disagreement about the game. I didn't know it got personal like that.
Yeah, he's decided because I called out his bullshit about the game. He decided to bring this mom thing into it, and that's where it went downhill. And then he blocked me. Like, how you gonna block me and say that and then block me? Like, what are you doing? And also, he deleted the tweet. He deleted it like 10 minutes after making it because he wouldn't even stick to it. You coward! You're a coward.
Yeah, he blocks me as well, but I'm not entirely sure why. Couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I thought me and him were cool, but it's all bless. So like going back to Mortal Kombat 1 then. So you've competed in Rips Arena. Like if you continue down this road, I guess maybe we'll see you in some other streams in other tournaments or whatever. Is there ever a chance that we're gonna see you using? Do you still use Quan Chi, right?
That's the thing. I dropped him, dude. Yep, I dropped him because I can't play a fucking character without any pokes. I hate it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So you're no longer using Quan Chi at all.
No, not. I maybe might try him here and there in casuals, but outside of that, no.
Fair play. So what other grievances do you have with this? I want to make sure we've covered all of your issues with people with MK1. Were there anything that we left out when people are talking about MK1?
I think it's the thing is buzzwords. They're using buzzwords against MK. They're using it against Call of Duty, Fortnite. The thing is, man, the moment people see any sort of decline on any game, they just go and start calling it dead and washed and blah blah blah. But the truth is, the statistics are behind the scenes that we can't see. So the buzzwords from Twitter are becoming big YouTube videos. So I don't understand, man. It's fucking weird. You take people see 3 people with no profile picture calling it dead. They will make a video of it, and then they generate ad revenue and views and blah 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 blah. Shit makes no sense.
I do appreciate you coming on here though, because there's a lot of people that seem to think that I want people to hate the game, or I want people to not play it. And we've spoken in private before. I'm in your Discord as well, and I've always told people, as long as you're happy, I'm happy for you. You spent your money on the game. I don't want you to feel like you wasted your money. But there's a lot of people in the Mortal Kombat community that seem to think that because I make the content that I do on Mortal Kombat 1, I also want other people to agree with me or to stop playing the game. And obviously you're a fan of Mortal Kombat 1, so just you being here kind of dispels that whole notion that I'm trying to turn people against the game or I'm hating for no reason. I've even come into your stream a couple of times and people are like, why is this guy here? Get rid of him. Which I always find very weird.
Wait, what did they say?
What, in your stream?
They say that about you in my stream.
Yeah, I came to your stream once, and I guess the idea that I criticize Mortal Kombat 1 means that I also don't like people that play Mortal Kombat 1, or I think people are stupid for playing Mortal Kombat 1. Like, do you ever get people hating on you for playing the game?
Yes.
What kind of things do they say to you?
Why are you playing this dead game? Why are you playing this shit game? Why are you still playing this shit game, this dead game? Why are you supporting WB by playing the game? Like, there's a bunch of shit, and it doesn't make sense to me, dude. I'm playing a game that I fucking purchased, and I'm enjoying it. That's it. It's just that simple. Once I've been able to put my opponent in dirt with Sub-Cyrax, I've been enjoying the game ever since. So I can't say nothing about that.
Just to clarify, because there's a lot of people watching between X, Twitch, and YouTube. I've never come up to you and like got onto you or said something to you for playing MK1, have I?
No.
I've never sent you a message saying, why the fuck are you playing this game? I've never made a video trying to get your community to get off it, have I?
No.
Just to dispel that notion, because a lot of people seem to think that when I make these videos, my goal is to start a war with other MK content creators. And obviously me and you are friends. Whenever I see YouTube Mortal Kombat streaming and I see numbers up, I'll check and I'm like, oh, okay, Sikander's playing. So if you're one of the biggest proponents of MK1, and I guess I'm the pushback, then at least people can see us sitting here. And just because I don't like the game does not mean that I dislike you guys. I don't know why people keep on saying that.
You see, they say all sorts of stuff, man. Like, ever since I entered Rips Arena, they've been saying all sorts of stuff about me as well. Like, there's jealousy, there's people getting mad about even they're saying you're playing against shit opponents in there and blah 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 blah. Like they're gonna say shit all the time. Like it's the MK community. You can't take them retard seriously. You can't. Yeah, they're just getting on my nerves. I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty excited to play in Rips Arena until I saw this extra shit. I've lost friends. I've lost multiple friends over this for nothing. Like
What for playing in Rips Arena? People have
yes,
turned against you.
yes, they're jealous. They became jealous of it. They're actually fucking jealous. Some of my Sub-Zero friends, one of them, I lost. I've known him for 5 years. I cut him off because he's jealous.
What did he say to you?
They're saying that I'm fighting against quote unquote shit players and getting a lot of engagement and spotlight for it. It ain't my fault that people wanted. I'm gonna just set the record straight right now. Even if there is a best or greater Sub-Zero than me out there, I'm the best one to watch, and you're never taking that from me. I'm the best Sub-Zero to watch for the people's eyes. Okay? If you and if you can't live with that, fucking burn. I don't care. Go.
So I don't understand. So because you entered Rips Arena and you beat people convincingly and they weren't on your level, your friends turned against you.
Yes.
Okay, this is gonna sound like a weird question. How do you know how old these people are? Because this sounds ridiculous.
These are grown men.
Damn. This is always alien to me because I never have to deal with these problems. No, I believe you, but that's very, very bizarre. If anything, if my friends enter the tournament and battered everyone, I'd support them.
My friend, I'm telling you, I don't understand. First of all, my opponents, the first one was definitely shit. I know that for sure because I beat his ass in Combat League all the time. The second, the third, and the fourth one, no. The second, third, and fourth, those were actual legit players. All right? Listen to the reasoning. They turned on me because I'm not fighting players on a good, that they think are not on a good level. So they turned.
That's so.
Yeah, I know it's the first time I've heard of it too. Trust me, I don't understand it either. Man.
Okay, all right. I don't even know where to go with that one, but I want to ask you a question because you're also a fan of horror, and they've put a lot of horror games, a lot of horror characters in Mortal Kombat. If you, if it was up to you, would you have NRS make a horror fighting game for the next like sort of endeavor, or would you have them stick with Mortal Kombat and just add a bunch of horror characters in?
Add a bunch of horror characters in my opinion. I think the licensing to do something like that would be insane. I think the only reason they was able to do Injustice is because WB owns it. So, like, getting Leatherface license, Michael, this, that. I mean, it's doable. It's NetherRealm after all. They can do it, but it'll cost, I don't know. I would just recommend MK with the horror characters because that's always gone well together.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, like, that's for sure, yeah.
You know, when you said that the NRS developers are lazy and they deserve all the shit they get, can you expand on that? Like, because you like the gameplay, so they've clearly like made you happy in that regard. When you say they're lazy, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to gameplay balancing. I'm referring to that because there's no reason why it should have took them however long it took them to nerf Homelander. They can clearly see this character has been dominating tournaments, and he's been doing a 6-way mix-up with Farah repeatedly, and he's overall brain dead and unbalanced. But they took that long to take his forward 4 away, which is now a mid instead of a low. But still, the character's fucking brain dead as hell still, somehow. However, it's a nerf then, I guess. But then there's, the Ghostface cancels. I don't really care about Ghostface, but the fact that they took this long to put him back in is crazy. They took a whole season to do that. Then the desyncs era, when all them desyncs were going on, these idiots they fucked up like they've got actual idiots working there. They accidentally launched the wrong season of Invasions, and they fucked the whole game up with it. Like that's after that these things began and stuff. Lots of massive errors went on. Then they had to delay the Peacemaker. I think I call them lazy because they don't tend to broken shit. Like they let the broken shit stay there for so fucking long, to the point where people actually delete the game, uninstall the game, and have been done with it, and then they take it out, which is stupid. You know, like you can't. You gotta address this shit at some point, man. Like I give him maybe 2-3 weeks. When Takeda launched, he was shit. But 2 weeks later, they buffed him and he was fine. They addressed that instantly. But how the fuck they're letting Homelander run around doing what he was doing for so long? It's stupid. You can't. They're lazy. I think the game balancing team. I think no joke. The quality assurance team and the game balancing team at NetherRealm. Everybody else, I don't care about. Like the animators and the art directors and blah blah blah. We're not including them. The game balancers and the QA department at NetherRealm Studios. I truly believe they hired a bunch of hobos off the street and just said, "Yeah, come work here," because this shit makes no sense to me. Why are they letting Scorpion Ferrer exist the way it does, bro? It just it doesn't sit well with me. And Kenshi, how do they remotely think that it's fine to have in the game?
I've heard a lot of people complain about Kenshi. Has he not been touched since the game came out or something?
They haven't touched that motherfucker. They've been buffing him. They haven't touched him, man. Listen, if they buff a cameo, that means Kenshi's getting buffed, literally. And that's what they're doing. And how do they think? So let me get this straight. Sub-Zero's clone in the corner literally breaks on block. They've been stealth nerfing Sub-Zero. They took his ice cone punch away, so they can't hit cameos no more, and the character. So you'll get punished. They've been doing all this stealth nerfing shit to Sub-Zero for no reason. But they let Kenshi stay there. They think the Kenshi sandwich is fine, but Sub-Zero is not. Sub-Zero, no. Kenshi puts you in that sandwich one time, you're fucked. You ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, it does seem like they have a vendetta against Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. This is slightly off topic, but I know you said you don't consider yourself part of the MK community. But if you could name 3 content creators that you actually like, that you think are doing good work in the MK scene, not necessarily part of the FGC, but just MK in general, who would you name, like a top 3 content creators?
Foxy Grandpa, that's 1. Ninja Killer, that's 2. And for the 3rd one, the thing is, I don't watch Ninja Killer's videos because I like to learn shit on my own. But I can see he's doing well, and he deserves to do well because he's the champ. He's the GOAT of MK, in my opinion. Not Sonic Fox ain't. Ninja Killer is. So he deserves his success. Foxy Grandpa deserves his success as well. He creates great stuff as well. For the 3rd one, I don't watch no one, so I'm not able to say. But Rips Arena, easy, definitely Rips Arena. Yep. I was about to think like, who streams on Twitch and does YouTube, and then Rips Arena. Yeah, Rips Arena deserves his audience and his praise. He's put a lot of work into his thing, and he's done it. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's made fire thumbnails of me as well.
If, let's say, Mortal Kombat didn't exist, is there any other fighting game you've ever gravitated towards, like Tekken or DOA?
No. The only thing I'm here for is Sub-Zero, bro. If my boy Sub-Zero's not there, I am not there. Fuck it.
So if they release a Mortal Kombat game and Sub-Zero's not in it, he's not in the base, because there was a time where Scorpion wasn't in Mortal Kombat. I think it was MK3, or MK2. I can't remember which one, but Scorpion didn't show up until Trilogy. So it's possible that Sub-Zero could get that treatment one day. Would you play the game if Sub-Zero wasn't there?
I don't know. I can't imagine a world without Sub-Zero in a Mortal Kombat game. Like the thing is, he's just one. He's the character that they will always put in because the game won't sell if they won't. And I don't know, man. There's no secondary character that I'm committed to the way I am to Sub-Zero. So,
what if it was just Noob Saibot?
I might have to do it. I'll probably do it. I'm not gonna lie. I probably will just go for Noob Saibot, but my heart will break if Sub-Zero's not in the next MK or something like that. I don't know what I'll do. I'm nothing. That's my character, man. I'm sorry, he's just that's my boy. Like, there's a lot of people out there who have, relations with fictional characters. I know, like, I think KSI. I'm pretty sure I saw a KSI video one time where he was like, he got this diamond chain of a guy called Beerus or something.
Oh, the Dragon Ball Z character.
Yeah. Is that like the way he loves that character? He spent a lot of money on that thing. It's a diamond thing. It's the same way for me with Bihan and Sub-Zero. So yeah, like I can't do nothing without Sub-Zero. That's my
Have you ever played Sub-Zero Mythologies?
No, I was too young. So maybe someday I'll play it. To be honest,
Are there any Mortal Kombat projects you'd like to see them do that is not a fighting game? Like maybe another Mythologies game or Shaolin Monks or Special Forces?
We need a Shaolin Monks too, for sure. If not, then they gotta remake one of the old games or something and bring it. Like, they have a bunch. These idiots at WB, they can make boatloads of money. Like, literally, they have an infinite money glitch with MK. If they offer old school skins in this MK, they're gonna get money. If they offer a remake of one of the old games, they're gonna make boatloads of money off it. Like, they can make so much money. And if they want to, they can, but they're being fucking stubborn, so let them do what they want.
Would you pick up another fighting game if Sub-Zero was the guest character?
Yes.
And would you commit to the game?
Yes.
So anywhere Sub-Zero goes, you'll follow, basically.
Yes.
Is there anything they can do to Sub-Zero? Actually, let me ask you this then. What if Sub-Zero wasn't Bihan? What if he was a completely new character? It wasn't Kuai Lang or Bihan. It was Sub-Zero, but it was a new Grandmaster. Would you still play them?
Yep. For sure. It's still Sub-Zero. I was thinking that I thought this MK would have Sub-Zero, Kuai Liang and Bihan's grandfather as Sub-Zero, and if they're looking towards that, I would take that, bro. That ass, like their grandfather, like the first MK, the first Grandmaster of the Lin Kuei, or some shit like that. I will take it as long as he's got the name Sub-Zero and he's got the powers and stuff. I'm good. Like, at this point, a third Sub-Zero would be awesome, you know. Mm-hmm. As you can see over there behind me, I don't know if your stream can see it. You can see that classic Sub-Zero skin.
I can see it, yeah. Looks pretty cool.
I'm gonna check this out. I'm trying to like theme my entire room after Sub-Zero because me and him have been through a lot shit together. I got this guy sending me this out in the mail. I don't know if your stream could see it, but he's sending me this this fan art with my name at the bottom with my famous.
Oh yeah, I can see it. It looks pretty sick.
Yeah, so he's sending me that out for free. Shouts to Scoville Art. I'm gonna put it on my wall here and stuff. I'm gonna put a lot of shit on my wall from people and stuff.
Who do you prefer, Sub-Zero or Michael Myers?
Sub-Zero.
Okay, so nothing comes close to Sub then.
No. That's my goat right there, Like, I try to tell people all the time, only reason I'm playing MK is because of Sub-Zero. I'm not playing it for comp or nothing like that, because people always been getting on my shit about that tournament stuff. I'm like, dude, I'm only playing this shit for Sub-Zero. I'm not playing it for comp. It's my favorite character. They don't understand. Like, why am I so committed to this character that's been low tier for so long? I've been through the fucking roughest stages with this character. When he was shit, he's been shit. He still is shit without Cyrax, in my opinion. But yeah.
So what would you do to buff Sub-Zero as a character then? Let's say you weren't using Cyrax and you didn't have Cyrax to cover that basis. What is Sub-Zero lacking that other characters have?
This character, well, first of all, every other character either has a good projectile, a meterless combo launcher special, or a meterless special launcher that's safe on block string. Every character in the game has one of those. Sub-Zero is the only one with all three of them missing. He has no good projectile. His combo launcher is minus 23 on block, and his actual launcher scales for no fucking reason, and it costs a par. What were they thinking? They gave this character a scaling metered launcher while everybody else is doing free. Scorpion's doing a spear for free off of every hit he gets it. Sub-Zero can't even get it off the fucking air, but Scorpion gets it off every hit with the spear for free. He gets full damage. What is that? Everybody, it makes no sense. So, personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only thing I would change about Sub-Zero in this, like I said, I don't care anymore about what they do with him because I've stopped caring. I gave up with the buff Sub-Zero train. I gave up. I officially hung up the gloves. I'm done with it. But if I was to take something, I would definitely, number one, I don't want him to become stupid. So I don't want him to have that dumb ice ball he used to have. What I would say is give him his unbreakable MKX Sub-Zero unbreakable variation ice shield on himself so that he is able to eat projectiles from it. He takes no damage from it. I'd say maximum 1 or 2 projectiles from it, and that's it, because that would be a bit crazy. It's just funny that Sub Cameo provides a shield to the whole fucking roster, but not Sub-Zero can't do it to himself.
If that's the case, then because you're saying he's missing all 3 key points that other characters have, but you also said earlier he's your favorite Sub-Zero. What about this version of Sub-Zero makes him your favorite if he's so underwhelming?
Okay, there's multiple things. The first one, his air combos. This character is an air combo monster compared to other characters. Other characters keep you on the ground or juggle you. This character fucks you up in the air. My favorite string in the air is his 2-2-2 when he splats them downwards. So that's one. And then his 1-3-4. That's an ender in the air, splats him down closer to him. His jump 1-2, which is a bounce launching air string. That's fun as hell to do, and it's 7 frames, really fast. Then his clone punch is really awesome. I like it when it connects, the sound it makes. His slide is shit, but the animation is good. Now, his back 2, absolutely beautiful. I love how it launches, how far up it launches, the sound it makes too. His jump 2-1, when he jumps and does the spine attack into a clone. In the corner, his freeze combos, here's the difference. In MKX, you would do the same clone combo all the time. Back 2, back 2, back 2. No, sorry. Back 2, back 2, down 1. Back 1-2 clone. You would do that again and again and again. NJP, forward 1-2, end, knockdown. In this game, lots of different conversions. You do it from an anti-air, you do it from back 2, you do it from a cameo mix-up, you do it from this and that, this and that. There's so many more different ways to do it. And my favorite, easily my favorite move. Now, this is where people don't really understand this, so I'm going to explain it. This is what nailed the design for Sub-Zero in this game for me. I saved it for last. The Deadly Vapors move. So what this move does, it slows them down. So if your opponent is doing a standing 2 and they whiff that standing 2 and you slow them down during it, you are actually able to stop their recovery frames from allowing them to recover as to what it says and move in and punish them. And that is what makes this Sub-Zero the best for me, because instead of them allowing Sub-Zero to slide under projectiles now, which he can't no more, you slow them down with deadly vapors. They're stuck. So if somebody does a projectile, let's say Liu Kang, he throws out a projectile, but you do deadly vapors at the same time. His projectile is stuck in front of him like this, and that leaves him open to do a slide right across. So you slide under the projectile while they're slowed down. So that's what nailed it for me.
Okay. Well, this is usually the part of the podcast where I invite people on. I don't know if you heard my message. I sent you a message saying if you're not comfortable with it, then we can just take questions from the chat. Usually I invite people on to either ask me a question or ask you a question. I don't know if you heard my message, but if you're not comfortable with it, then obviously we don't need to. It's completely up to you.
I've been a Mortal Kombat streamer for 9 years, 10 years now. I'm comfortable with it for sure. It doesn't make no difference to me. I've been talking crazy shits, amount of shits to people through the mic and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I watch your videos with Foxy. All right, well, if there are people that want to come on and ask Sikander a question, I'll put up a banner so they know how to get on here.
So make sure you don't come in with some weird shit, because if you do, I'm gonna have to call you out to MK and then I'll have to beat you, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah. I'll just put this up so people know how to, if they want to anyway. Sometimes people don't want to come on for whatever reason, but usually it's cool.
I just have a fucking weird feeling these assholes are gonna, I don't know, somebody's just gonna mess around a little bit, man. I'm not gonna lie. Just feel like they're messing around with me. They're always doing some weird shit like that.
You know, a lot of people yap on Twitter, but there's not a lot of people that actually come on to here to, you know, say their piece. But there's a lot of people posting some weird emoji. I don't know if these must be people from your chat. I think these are people from your chat that are messaging.
All right. Wait. Man, why is the chat spamming that emo, bro? Oh,
I have no idea.
Bro, they do this all the time in my stream. That's why, man. I'm just fucking getting on. Like,
are these like known trolls in your stream or something?
Nah, like when they start spamming that emo, it just basically means that I'm about to go off on someone, basically. So.
Oh, okay. It'd be funny if Fate jumped in.
Yeah, let me type one in the chat. Let's see. I finally did it as well. You see me, Sikander.
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, if anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. If you have pushback from myself or Sikander. Who's your least favorite character in Mortal Kombat 11 to fight? Mortal Kombat 1.
Scorpion. Scorpion's my #1 most hated character in the game. He needs to fucking die. Burn. Fuck him.
Is Scorpion been buffed a lot? Because I remember when I was still playing the game, people didn't think he was very good, or had they just not explored it?
They didn't explore it. This character never needed buffs, bro. But now they've turned him into a fucking complete idiot. Like a complete idiot character for idiots, man. He's such a disgrace now.
What did they change on him that has made him so much stronger?
His back 3. His back 3 used to be a full screen mid-low attack. Now he can cancel that into a full combo. And he can cancel it into a Farah guaranteed mix-up. And then on top of that, he's got this fucking forward 3-2 launcher. He's got the spear launcher. He just does what that character literally controls the whole fucking screen, and I hate it, bro. It's just so stupid.
Do you think that Mortal Kombat 1 makes people feel like they've been cheated? Like, do you think characters like Scorpion Farah makes it so you feel like it's almost unfair?
No. Scorpion Farah and Kenshi are easily something that do not belong in this game. These things gotta go. Like, it's not even cheating. It's literally, it's an exploit. NetherRealm is allowing these two exploits in the game. That's not cheating. It's an exploit straight up. There's no fucking way. It's pathetic.
Fair enough. Yeah, for people asking in the chat, you have to message me on Discord or on Twitter or X. Send me a DM and I'll send you the link to join. But just be aware that if you come in here doing something crazy, I can just press the remove button straight away. So just make sure I didn't miss anything. No, we're good. But no, I don't think anyone will join. I don't think they want to get roasted. What's crazy to me, well, an example of what's crazy is someone joined my stream once naked. So yeah, I was like, bro, what are you doing? Luckily, it didn't affect the channel. But
did you
please. No, I didn't. It's still up. They had a pillow over their junk, and I was a bit like, come on, man, what are you doing? Like, you're on the internet forever now. But yeah, please keep your clothes on if you're gonna join.
Anybody in the chat want to try say something?
Who cares? It's just a game. You either play it or you don't. Well, I mean, yeah, but you're also here and we're talking about it, so you obviously care to some degree, right?
Yeah. The thing is, what's your name?
Let me find the message.
The thing is, buddy, you need to understand one thing. It's not just a game. It's Mortal Kombat. It's it's one of the first fighting games. I mean, it's one of the first fucking major fighting game releases and all that. It's a Mortal Kombat. It's not an ordinary franchise, man. This franchise is fucking worldwide. Whether you guys like it or not, the legacy behind Mortal Kombat is worldwide. Like, everybody fucking knows and loves about Mortal Kombat. You can't fuck with this franchise. The name, the dragon logo, it's gonna live forever. It will never die. So keep going. Say what the hell you want about it. Mortal Kombat will always make millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, and it's known everywhere. So it's not just a game. It's a lifestyle.
Okay, someone's just asked to join, but your Discord name is, did you say hentai where? I'm not having you in here. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna jump on here, you're gonna put up some anime titties. We're not doing this.
Can you, are you able to see his cam before he puts it on the stream?
Yeah, I can see their cameras before they come in here, so I will be able to see if they're up to no good. But it's just that name's a bit suspect. Don't really want hentai in here. Not a fan of it myself, so.
MK2 movie. It's looking great. Canoob is going to be in there, so I'm down to watch that shit. I love the first one because of Sub-Zero, Kane, and Scorpion. They 3 carried the first movie. So Canoob will now as well. You guys can keep saying MKs for casuals, blah, 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 blah. It's never going to change anything. MK is a household name. You can't fuck with it. You can't. No matter.
There's quite a few people that are asking to. They're gonna jump in a little bit. I'm gonna see what they're saying. If you've got any bizarre Discord banners, if I see hentai at all in your Discord name, I'm not gonna let you join. I'm so sorry. I'm not having that shit on my stream. Yeah, okay, Crods, I see you. Do you prefer MK the direction they've taken it, like it being a bit more colorful and not so much horror centric, or do you prefer the 3D era's horror centric theme?
The color is way better. It looks beautiful. I love that. The stages in MK1. I got a lot of favorite stages in MK1 that I don't in MK11's got like one sunny stage or some shit, and it just looks nice, and the rest of it's garbage.
Fair play, fair play. All right, Crods, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
All right, bro, floor's yours.
All right. Thank you very much. And huge big shout out to Sikander. You're an absolute great gamer for Mortal Kombat. Um, the question that I have is in regards to Sub Zero, would you say that Sub Zero, in terms of what the hatred that NRS has for him, is simply due to the nature of how good of a player that it has to be in terms of how you play Sub Zero for NRS to hate on him? And if so, do you think Sub Zero players have the worst reputation in terms of how players that are not good at playing MK in general tend to hate on them simply because that the players that are good like yourself, you actually put up the time and effort to actually be good at what you do.
Mortal Kombat, so Sub-Zero. So here's what I want to say about that. Sub-Zero, now here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. This is the fact, the stone cold pun intended fact. Sub-Zero, without a doubt, is, without a doubt, in fact, the most notorious and most hated fighting game character in the FGC, in my opinion. I don't need to play any other fighting game or know about any other fighting game to come to this conclusion, because there's no way in hell that motherfuckers would hate a character even when that character is the shittest in the game. They have done that and made that very clear with Mortal Kombat 1, that Sub-Zero is hated no matter whether he's shit or not. He's just hated. So NetherRealm Studios will go forward with listening to the people's complaints, which is what they took from MK11 and X. So they neutralized his clone from MKX. They neutralized his ice ball from MK11. Those were the strongs. Those were his strong things from those games. And they killed him in this game. And his slide. They fucked his slide up as well. They took all three moves of his away. His legacy moves, his known moves. They don't function the way they do, as they used to. Nobody, no retard at NetherRealm Studios would be able to tell me the purpose of Sub-Zero's ice ball, because it's that fucking shit. So it doesn't even combo off hits. They have done this deliberately because their complaints about the character and how toxic he is to fight against, and I agree with those. But there was no need to overdo it. All they had to do was take away his ice ball or his slide or his clone. You can even take two of those away, but they took all three. They should have left one. If they left the slide the way you used to, so you can legitimately slide under high projectiles on reaction, which is what I've been doing for 9 years until this fucking game came out, that would be fine. But if they took his ice ball away, no, if they took his slide away and left his ice ball, it would be fine. They took it all away, so fuck them, man. He's the most notorious. Sub-Zero is the coldest motherfucker in FGs in fighting games. We know that in gaming too. Now, he's the most notorious, the most hated, and we main him. And guess what? Us Sub-Zero players, you're gonna get toxicity from us. Fuck everybody else. All right, and that's why I established LKM, because we don't want to hate everyone else, whether you main another character or not. If you're LKM, we treat you as one of us. LKM, Lin Kuei Mafia, Lin Kuei Mob, whatever you want to call it. That's one thing I started here. It's a movement. It's there because Sub-Zero is hated, and we want to see who is on our side and who still hates him. So those who hate him, they will get toxicity from us. Fuck all of them. Screw them. LKM will always be on top. We're the best. End of story. You can't fuck with us. The most notorious character in video game history, it's Sub-Zero. Let's get it.
Crud, did you have any other questions for him?
Yeah, I'll just drop a final question. In terms of what you just said about that with Sub-Zero, how much dedication for a Sub-Zero player to be considered hated upon by other players that don't like him to be viewed in such a bad light of why Sub-Zero is to be considered like a very toxic like character to fight against. Because in terms of that, I think the main issue that NRS has treated up against Sub-Zero is that he he is naturally a defensive character that takes a lot of skill, and on top of that, you have to react to things that you don't normally see in other fighting games. So, with your skill set, would you say that the reason why people hate on this character is simply because that you have to put in the work in order to prove yourself to show why Sub Zero is harder than for what most other fighting game characters are to be determined as a difficult matchup, right?
No. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the character is hard to play or not. It is simply that they are looking for the character to hate, and it is Sub-Zero. You see, you need to understand. Look, in Mortal Kombat X, everybody hated the Sub-Zero clone. They hated the Sub-Zero clone. That's fine. In MK11, this character, what made people hate him? In MKX, it was the clone. MK11, it was his ice ball, his EX ice ball, and his slide crushing blow, and his forward 2. There's like 5 or 6 things that people hated him for. It was very toxic. Now, the thing about that is this. People went through that. People dealt with that for 4 years on MK11, and through that, they have this grudge against him. And the pro players also have a grudge against him, and NetherRealm also have a grudge against him. They hate him for his gameplay. He is a very toxic-ass character in MK11, there is no doubt about it. Fucking 32% random slide crushing blow, forward 2 fatal blow, forward 2 slide crushing blow, all sorts of shit. He is a very horrible character. Forward 2 EX ice ball, fatal blow, full screen EX ice ball, fatal blow, 45% unbreakable. Fucking toxic character. I never asked for that. I never wanted that. I wanted a Sub-Zero that had a good mid and a good strike throw gameplay, which is what I've got. Anyway, they will find any reason to hate Sub-Zero, no matter what it is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he's low tier or not, they're still gonna hate him. They want a scapegoat, and it's Sub-Zero. And also, what adds to it is the Edenian player base. The Edenian player base, the Kitana players, the Melina players, the Jade players, the Sindel players. In MK11, it was a war. It was a war between the sub players versus the Edenian women players. And through with that war, I was basically the one kind of leading it because I'm the most notorious Jade hater on the planet. I'm the most known Jade hater. And from there, because I've never seen such brain dead players in my life until I saw Edenian players. So from that war until now, whether the character's shit or not, they still hate him. It's all about what's happened in the past, basically, and they're holding the grudge on him. Here's the thing about it, though. I hated MKX Melina. She was my most number one hated fucking character in that game. I fucking couldn't stand her. But guess what? I promised to bag every Melina player once she released in Combat Pack 3 or 2 on MK11, and I didn't do it. Why? Because she was low tier. Melina sucks in MK11. She's trash, and I spared her players. I was like, you know, I feel bad for you guys. Look at MK1 Sub-Zero. Where's the sympathy here? These disgusting Edenian fucking idiot dog players. Look at what they're doing now. They're laughing at us. And we was nice to them in MK11. We treated them nice for playing a low tier character, and they still fucked us over now. So fuck them. It's still war. And if Jade comes, it's going to be a bigger war. I'm gonna be bagging every fucking Jade player. Mark my words, if Jade is coming up in this game, my brothers, listen here. I will drop IRL teabags, in real life teabags on Jade anytime I encounter her on MK1. You believe that? Believe it. It's
All right, Crod. Well, thank you for joining. I'm gonna get the next caller in here.
Alrighty, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries, we'll take care. All right, Richwood, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm currently at work, so it might be kind of like silly for me, but I'm on my break. What's good, Mike? What's good, Sick?
Yo, what's
What's
up,
good?
man? How you doing?
You're doing?
All right. First off, Sick, I just want to ask you about Floyd. All his moves are from MK11, right? And they look good to me, like they look polished and stuff. So I got this one question: if MK11 had better polished gameplay or like moves and stuff, do you think it'll be the best MK of all time? Because already, like as it stands right now, it's the most sold MK. But do you think like if it had polish, do you think it'll be the best?
Absolutely. Did you just say would MK11 be the best?
Mm-hmm.
My brother, I told you already, Mortal Kombat 11 wasn't made by human beings. I told you this now. Come on now, man. Look, only reason MK11 sold is because of that fucking virus that went around and the world went into a pandemic, okay? That's why it sold. Nobody fucking cares about that shitty ass game. And it also sold on a console that on PS4, all right? It went from PS4, it sold on PS4, PS5, okay? Xbox, the last Xbox and the new Xbox, okay? It sold on those two, plus
It was on Nintendo too.
Plus the pandemic, and then what's it called? The sales and discounts and all that shit, and then of course the combat pack characters, etc. That's why it sold so much, okay? And also one more thing, it sold very much because every idiot in that game had a chance to beat anyone with that wake up system, and that's why it sold. All right, this one, it's not gonna. It doesn't look like this one would catch up to it, but it's still way better. And there's a lot of reasons why it wouldn't. Because in this game, if you don't fucking learn your shit, you're gonna get fucked up. You really will.
That's valid.
There's no wake up system that's gonna save your ass in this game.
I got you. I do have one more question. What do you think of like players like me? Like my main team is Liu Kang sub. I don't abuse meta and shit. But I do gotta say this one thing. I honestly understand what you go through because especially at sub zero, I don't know how the fuck you do that shit. I ain't gonna lie, but even with my team, like when I hit guys, it's so fucking hard to get to Elder God when you don't use meta. It's literally the same 10 characters. But what's your opinion on like players like me that use like Liu Kang Sub Zero, or say like you got a Scorpion main that's using like Scorpion Jax or some shit, like not Scorpion Jax, but Scorpion Dare or some shit? What do you think about like teams that's usually uncommon but have success with it?
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is my policy. This is my code.
Mm-hmm.
If I catch anyone that's playing in a way on Combat League that I don't like, they're gonna get bagged. And the thing is, if you're playing loose sub, I'm cool with it. I mean, what I appreciate the most about it is that what happened?
Our best friend showed up.
Bro, didn't Fate say Allah is Satan, bro? Like, holy shit, and he like 50 years old.
Hey, if you want to jump on the call, you're more than welcome to.
Bro, Fate, go and talk to us, bro. Go and talk to us, bro. My fault, Sick. My fault, Mike.
No, sorry, go on, continue.
What I appreciate is that you are trying to not be with the meta stuff and you want to play what you want. And that in its own is respectable, very respectable of you to do. So anybody that chooses to not main meta shit, like I know this one guy, Mike, he chooses Scorpion Mavado instead of Scorpion Pharaoh because he doesn't want to be a meta bitch, you know, he wants to play skillfully. So yep. I definitely respect that, of course, for sure.
Okay, one question for you, Mike, bro. How do you handle like being called an imitator? Because me personally, like, if you were the type of person to just praise the game, even if it was $1,000, they wouldn't say shit. But like you in your current state, my fault. You in your current state, how you be talking about the game, like even when the facts are like on the wall, how like customization is poop, single player poop, meta abuse is poop. Like, how do you deal with all of it?
Well, I don't tend to get upset about things people say on the internet. So when I am creating content that is just relaying information that we can all see, and people see it as hate, I can't really get angry at those kinds of people because, you know, it's like if I say to you 1+1 is 2 and you say that I'm a hater, I'm just gonna kind of look at you and be like, okay, like, I don't know what to say. If I was, I don't know, have I ever hated on something on my YouTube channel properly? Um, oh, okay. No, I have a wrestling channel with my friends, and
Yeah.
I'll be real with you. I hate on AEW. I hate on them. Like I think they deserve it a lot of the time, but sometimes I won't even watch the show. I'll just start slinging jokes at them. Then if someone said to me, "You're an AEW hater," I'd say, "Fair enough, I am." But with my MK content, the people that call me a hater, uh, I always ask them, "What is it that I'm lying about?" And I always get the same response. Well, you're not lying, but I wish you would just stop talking about it. And I'm like, well, you can wish all you want, but calling me a hater, you have to have something to go with it. So I can't really get angry at. There's nothing to get angry at there. Like I said, it's like saying, "Oh, the sky's blue," and they say, "Oh, you're a hater." I'm just like, don't know what am I supposed to say.
If the game was perfect, we wouldn't complain, by the way.
The thing with my content, and the thing is, people are very selective. So there's like maybe 30 videos on my channel ripping into Tekken for things that's done wrong. But to fit the narrative of like some of the people that play MK, they'll say you're an MK, you're a Tekken Glazer, Mike. Even though you can go on my channel, you can just have a quick look and you'll see me talking about how Tekken failed in the first season, in my opinion. So people are very selective with what they want to listen to. And even in the video that I did that was called The Rise and Fall of Mortal Kombat, that video's title was because the title of the video that I was reacting to was called The Rise and Fall of Mortal Kombat. And even though I explained that to some people, they were still like, "You're hating." So I was just like, I just sort of laugh. I can only laugh at the comments. I can't get angry at an internet comment like that. So I just continue doing what I'm doing. If people think that I'm hating, that's fine. I always give people a space to tell me exactly what I'm lying about, what's hating, define it, state your position. So far, we're coming up to 2 years now. Nobody has, so I'm fine with it.
I feel it, bro. I'm finna go and get back to my shit because I'm currently stocking my shit. But sick, before I dip out, bro, we gotta run the ones, bro. Because the only time that you accept challenges is like somebody go on your stream and they say like bad stuff about you, bro. You generally don't like give consent to like people talking positive and shit, bro.
Say that again.
I really want to run like a 1v1 against you because the only time that you like accept 1v1s if people talk shit about you and stuff. But I'm lit like generally a positive viewer. Plus I like know how like weird people can be and shit. Plus I'm currently at work. I was just saying that because I gotta go finish my shit. But other than that, good shit, Mike. Good shit, sick. Both of y'all are ghosts, and I'll catch y'all later in y'all next video stream.
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for jumping on. All right, before we bring in the next person, Fate, listen, I'll let anybody on. Stick, you don't have a problem with Fate coming on, do you?
No.
Fate, you can yap in the chat if you want, or you can get on here and say what you want to say. You're a grown man. Put your big boy pants on. If you want to jump on the stream, you just send me a message. You've got me on Discord. I'll add you in. No problem. If you want to farm some views, get some clips from this, I'm cool with that as well, bro. But until then, we'll bring in the next caller. We've got I'm the Blind Guy. Can you hear us, bro?
Hello?
Hello?
Okay. I just want to say I'm very glad to be on, Mike. You really create like just the best, like real down to earth videos. You know what I mean? Like just like it's perfect content. I just love watching it. So
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, but for sick, I have a question. So, how do you feel about the cameos in Mortal Kombat? Like, what do you think about them? Do you like him? Do you hate him? What would you rate him?
The cameo system of Mortal Kombat 1 is basically the cameo system refreshes every the gameplay basically, so it doesn't get old or boring. When you switch cameos, you are doing a different combo, a different move, a different this, different that, different game style. I think the cameo idea is a work of genius if they can maybe sort it out a little bit. I would recommend that, you know, the safety thing, you know, the cameos that make shit safe is a bit fucking horrible for people to deal with. So I would probably iron that out. I would say, you know, you can't summon a ambush cameo while you're currently hitting your opponent or some stuff like that.
Okay.
I would say something like that, but at the end of the day, it is a very good system. It's a very good system in my opinion because it refreshes the gameplay every match. So I can go from Sub-Zero Cyrax 50% combos in the corner to but the weakness of that team is getting zoned. So I switched to Serena and I've got that zoning tool back, you know. So that's it.
Yeah, because in my opinion, when I first picked up MK1, when I tried using the cameo system, it just kind of felt like out of place. Like I would prefer a 2v2 fighter, you know what I mean? Like if I could summon my character for an assist attack and then I could also play as that character, you know? Because for me, it seems like some of these cameos, I like them, but it just doesn't feel right, you know? Like it doesn't feel when I'm playing the game, I don't like it. So I guess that's just my opinion, but
so I can see the chat as well as saying fuck the cameos. All right, listen. I agree with you, but what I'm trying to say is this. There are some cameos that are going to require skill to use, and then there are some that don't, okay? So, for example, Darius cameo. Darius cameo requires skill, we all know that. Cyrax 1 does, which are the Serena's just for casual idiots. So then you've got the real stupid broken carried ones. Mavado, Tremor, Farah, and Sector. These ones fucking carry idiots. Then you've got the very skilled ones like Shujinko. Then you got the very skilled ones like which other ones are there? I guess Scorpion cameo. You know, not all the cameos are horrible, okay? But most of them are, which is what makes the game very toxic. So as long as you're using a skilled one and you've, like I'm doing with Cyrax, you know, moving the bomb setup while I'm getting in, and etc. It's not easy to do that. It took a lot of time to get down. The timings are different every time, etc. So it's 50-50.
yeah, I thought Shujinko was a cool one. I used to use Shang Tsung and Shujinko, and it was fun because every other match would be like you would have to kind of like learn something new. You would really have to spend your time learning that cameo for every character, you know.
Shujinko is definitely the most complicated and the strong most hardest cameo in the game, and it's just up to you whether or not you want to have a skilled gameplay or a fucking brain dead carried one. You can choose. Like I said, this entire game is pick your poison. Everybody's gonna get fucked up by something. It just matters who gets the hit first.
Do you think the cameo system led to like the downfall of this game, or kind of like the poor reception of this game?
I think the cameo system to the competitive area is not appealing, but to the casual and the normal consumer, average consumers, etc., they're gonna find great amounts of fun in it. That they can just pick it up and do some stuff with it, and etc. Like that's it, to be honest, and that's what NetherRealm just cares about. If the casuals are having fun with it, then that's fine, and it is fun. The game MK1 is easily the most fun MK game I've ever played in my life.
Really?
Or not?
The most fun?
Easily the most fun.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like Ermac, Serena, Sub-Zero Cyrax, and Noob Saibot Mavado. These three have just brought out ultimate fun for me. I can't stop playing it. I just sit there playing for hours on end over there as well. Even off stream, I play it.
Okay. Because I love Raiden. Like that's my guy. I would play Raiden in every Mortal Kombat game that he was in. But then when I feel like they ruined Raiden's character in this game, where I'm playing him and it's practically like everything goes into Storm Cell. Like it's practically the same. Every combo goes into the same combo. You know what I mean? For Raiden, at least.
Well,
Right.
first of all, Raiden has been actually ruined from his Undergod thing, but I would say, well, Raiden's best cameo is Sector, if you didn't know. It's actually very brain dead. If you wanted to pick that up, you can.
Oh yeah.
I can see some people in the chat saying Sick is capping. I've never ever once said that. I've always said this is the funnest MK game, so I don't know what you're talking about there. I never ever once. I'm not even a fan of MKX because I don't like it.
You don't like MKX?
It's very creative, but I don't like what it is because there's no neutral and there's just mixing. So
Okay.
I don't support that. Like you get put in the corner in that game, bro, you're just gonna get mixed out.
Yeah. But that's what makes it fun. I don't know. I feel it's more fun for casual. Like if you're just playing with your friends, you're all in a house and you just pass the controller around.
Yeah, like MK1 is just it's a party game of sorts. Like you can have a lot of fun. My Discord, we got a lot of people in my Discord who run King of the Hills like almost every 2 nights or some shit. They have a lot of fun in them. You know, they get a bit competitive about it. It's actually, I mean, this is like the only MK game I've seen that so many people get together and play it.
Yeah, I feel like if they had rooms, it would make the online experience just way better. Like
I don't know what they're doing. See, like I said, they're just lazy idiot developers.
I don't understand. And another thing, for the invasions mode, what was that? Like that is so boring and tedious, and you use that to get skins and stuff like that, and it's just I don't even want to play it. Like it's just so boring. And then if you don't play it, then then you go to online, and then people online are fucking you over. So it's just like
So I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I've only played Invasions. Actually, like I actually grinded it 3 times. The first one was the Sub-Zero season last year.
Oh, of course.
The second one was the Raiden season last year, which was purple skins, and then the last one was this Floyd one, with this Netara stuff. Like I'm gonna be real with you. Even though I hate all the characters I play against and in the roster, unlocking the skins and palettes and gear for all of them is actually kind of fun. And I had fun in Invasions this time. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Really?
Yep, I did.
Did they do something different, or is it the same old?
It's actually a challenge now to unlock and find stuff. Like you gotta get the Ordnance keys yourself. You gotta play through a trial thing to get the Ordnance keys. So it's actually a challenge now.
Okay.
And yeah, like I got this one video that showed me all the new stuff on it, and I got some new Sub-Zero palettes. They look awesome. A new Sub-Zero mask and stuff like that, and the new Ermac palette too. That's one of the reasons why I picked Ermac up. The new Ermac palette is in there.
Okay.
It just feels good unlocking a whole bunch of shit. I like it.
Because in MK11, I would grind the Towers of Time. Like I would every time I was Tower of Time, grind it. I got like all the skins, had everything, and then when I got to this game, I just felt like number one, the game released and no one even had skins, and then the invasions mode was just so bad. And then with the first invasion, the Scorpion one, that one, like if you walked like 5 like steps in the thing, I forgot what they're called, but like the 5 like little like circle things, it would be like every 5 there's an ambush attack, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It's too much.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I should have played Invasions a bit more. The thing is, I just want to unlock. I'm lacking in Sub-Zero masks, bro, and I'm getting a bit upset about it. So if there's Invasions there, I gotta go play it and get the stuff. Oh! And there's some guy in the chat saying Sick is nerding out right now, buddy. Do you know what we got in Invasions this season? You fucking seen the new Ermac palette, the new Ermac skin. Have you seen the new Sector skin and the Cyrax skin? Yeah, from MK11. Those are locked in Invasions, buddy. Yeah, it was fun unlocking those. So we need more of that. So for Mike to answer that question, what would I like to see going forward? They need to lock some of those skins that we thought are gonna cost money. Lock them in Invasions, so we play it and get it.
Yeah, because I feel like there's not enough single player content. Like if you don't want to play Invasions, then there's nothing else to play. Like at least before you. And there's no crypt either. And I like the crypt from last year, or last game.
They
Like,
need to put more secret fights like Floyd, and they
yeah.
they need to put more secret and new skins in invasions, because that's the only way I'll be playing it. Otherwise, no. Now they gave us a real reason to play it. They gave me a real reason. I gotta go get that Cyrax cameo. Otherwise, I'm done.
And one more question. So do you play the story? Or do you like the story in this game, or like the what's it called? Like the format of the story, like the chapter system?
Yeah, the story was a very beautiful. I wish I could go back. Like the feeling I had when I watched the MK1 story on my when it was launch day, 13th, 14th September, early in the morning. I watched it and I was like, oh my god, I'm absolutely fucking stunned and hyped. There is no feeling in the world that comes close to when a new Mortal Kombat game is about to launch.
Yeah, I feel that. Because I spent like the 110 like premium edition version for this game. Like I was ready for this game's launch.
I was really excited for the game's launch, and then 3 months in, I fucking hated it.
No, really. Same. I was just like, oh damn. Oh
Yeah.
man. And it released without crossplay. So I couldn't even play with my friends. I had it on PC. Everyone had the PS5 version. So it was just oh my god. And then it came out like in February the next year that crossplay came out. Like, oh my god. After that, no one was even playing the game at that point. We all fell off.
It is what it is, man. The point stands. A new Mortal Kombat game on the horizon is gonna have motherfuckers jumping in joy, especially me, and don't even think about lying. Every fucking MK hater or MK1 hater in this chat was jumping with joy when MK1's coming out. So please shut the fuck up with your whatever you're trying to say in the chat right now, all right?
I really like, but I feel like the marketing for this game wasn't as hype as MK11. For MK11, when they released that like story trailer and they kind of like remade the Mortal Kombat song. You know what I'm talking about?
Say what again? What?
They released like the story trailer for MK11, like before the MK11 came out, and they remade the remixed the Mortal Kombat song for that trailer.
Yeah.
Like that was like super hype, and I feel like this game, it was hype, but it wasn't as hype as MK11. You know what I mean?
Because they already did it. It was the first time they did it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, I'm gonna get off now. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. But thank you for having me on.
No worries, bro. Thanks for joining. There's some other guy coming in just a moment. Oh, sorry, I wasn't laughing at. I wasn't laughing at your conversation, Sikander. I was laughing at the chat. They've been going to war with fate for the past 10 minutes. So, all right, next person, sir. Yeah, go on. Were you gonna say something?
Well, I see what's going on in the chat. I was glancing at it a little bit, and I'm just once again questioning why this clans member is getting all this attention.
He just wants a bit of attention. You know, he's a sad old man. He's just sitting in his basement, probably watching this. He wants a bit of attention.
Hey, bro, can you go fucking change your diaper, old man? Change your fucking diaper so your ugly, stinky, retarded wife doesn't have to smell that shit in your butthole anymore, you fucking dirty old fuck. Change your fucking diaper, you old, smelly fucking retard. Understand me?
All right, let's get the next caller.
Your wife deserves a real man, not some fucking fat, ugly, stinky fucking pussy like you that sits there chatting about MK1 and a fucking streamer and his mom. You understand? You stinky bitch. I know your fucking house smells like a dead rat, you dirty fuck. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Go tend to your fucking pension fund, you old bitch. You understand? I'm not even going to say your fucking name because you don't deserve me saying your ugly name.
All right, let's bring in the next caller. Will, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, again, what's good?
It's good, man. Floor's yours.
Well, Sikander, I definitely have just one question. Definitely have one question for you.
What's up?
I have been watching you for a minute, and definitely entertaining. Not gonna lie. Um, my question is that I do see that you have been using Sub Zero and Cyrax. However, over the time, you have been using other cameos with Sub. So I'm curious to know that ever since you use, Sub Zero and Cyrax together, has the experience for, using that team been much easier and more enjoyable?
100%. So during since the launch of the Mortal Kombat 1 game, I have been absolutely confused as to what I'm supposed to do with Sub-Zero and what I need to do with him, but now I have my game style, I got my plan. So I don't know. Somehow, dude, I didn't know it was gonna work, but somehow it's working. So overall, the game has gotten a bit easier for me now because I've got dirt. Basically, it all comes down to dirt. Everybody has dirt in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely way more easier to play now. It's way more easier to absolutely demolish my opponents now. Before it was really hard. Now it isn't because before I was working my ass off and putting too much effort with very shit reward. Now I got something real going. It's fun. It's flashy. It works. It's scary for them. It scares them. And if that's the case, then it works. It's perfect.
Hmm. All right, that was definitely the answer I was looking for. And the only reason why I was asking is because since I play the game still, having to play rank and things of that nature, I always go with a, Shao Movado type of duo. Always go up against matches where it really doesn't favor me, which I'm trying to say is that I gotta go up against a bunch of zoning, I gotta go up against a bunch of really long down pokes. Got to go up against a bunch of, jump ins. At times, I can't really anti air, really, because, they have just really good space tools. So it basically conditions you to just sit there and then wait to make a read or to at least, have that reaction to just, either down two or get it down poking real fast. When you fight characters like Sindel and Homelander, shoot, even Peacemaker, like all of them who have really good, like when I mean good zoning, I mean you cannot in time do a jump kick nor try to get in because they recover so quickly. So that's the reason why I was asking that because for me, I can't really sit there and like change because it's just kind of like, well, I'm gonna try to make it work. I'm gonna try to make it work. Try to make it work. But it's like when I try to make things work, then it makes it 10 times harder for me. But then if I use something that's easier, it's kind of like, well, I suck at the game because I'm using something that's easier.
No,
If it makes
that's
sense.
that's not the point. No, that's not it. So you need to think differently now. You need to understand that if you are forced to pick something else against something so that it works, you're fighting fire with fire. That's it. It's that simple. So for me, for example, if somebody's gonna zone the shit out of me, well, I'll fucking pick Serena then, and I'll just zone you back, and I'll spam clone, I'll walk back the whole game, I'll play exactly how you're playing, and then if you can't deal with it, fucking burn. I don't care. That's what I do. So let's say you said Sindel. Sindel Tremor is an infinite zoning team. Guess what that means? That now means so they're gonna jump back the whole game, do instant air hairballs, and call in Tremor to tank the hit. That's what Sindel Tremor does. However, if I call in Serena, that is a very fast projectile, forward projectile. I'll zone you back. I'll throw that non-stop. Anytime you approach me, I'll do a clone and walk back. It doesn't bother me. It's that simple. So fuck them. You must fight. You have to fight fire with fire. That's the way the game is. But when it comes to character, If you're gonna switch a stronger character, you can do that. That's fine. Just me personally, I'm a character loyalist, and I'll go through every battle with Sub-Zero.
Yeah, same here. That's why I was simply saying that because I am a character loyalist. Like, I think any character I use, I definitely stick with them no matter what. No matter if they are strong, weak, or pretty much average, I still stick with them. I can definitely guarantee you that. It's just the fact that whenever and whoever I play, you know what I mean, I still have to deal with that, level of burden, although I still like the character overall. Like,
That's fine. That's
yeah,
fine. In my opinion, that's cool. As long
yeah.
as, at the end of the day, if you know you're not abusing, if you know in your mind you don't want to get free wins and all that and shit, then you're fine, in my opinion. I don't want to get free wins. Like, if I wanted free wins, buddy, imagine somebody of my level and skill level picked up Kenshi or Scorpion Ferrer. Do you really think these people will stand a chance against me? They won't. I will fucking rule the Combat League if I want to.
Absolutely. Like, same idea, same thing, same philosophy. Sit
If I
there and
put,
use Kenshi.
that's what I'm saying. If I put all my skill into getting Kenshi down or something like that, these people wouldn't last a second with me. I'll bully the shit out of them. It's just that
Yeah.
I'm a realist.
Hey man, I'm definitely right with you there for sure.
Yeah, man. Well, and you know what? Also, like, I've never really seen you in my stream and nothing like that, but it's just nice to see that there's a lot of people out there who play the game still, and they're passionate about their skill level on it. Like you don't want to be a carried player. The last guy don't want to be a carried player either. You know, it's cool.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you this, Sikander. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm one of those types of people that, working hard, although, you can definitely outplay somebody, is much more satisfying than just picking like a quick, easy fix and just run with it. Like,
That
that's pretty much the philosophy.
that's what I wanted to say to Mike earlier as well. Why do I love MK1's gameplay is because the best part about it is beating someone that wants to be carried. I love it. I will never get old for me. I love beating meta players, man. I'll beat the fucking shit out of them, teabag them, go in the game chat, tell them how garbage they are, uninstall the game, get the motherfuckers out of here. It's great.
That is exactly the same philosophy that I always come up with every
Yeah,
single
man.
time. Like, it
That's
works.
Yeah, man. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. We fucking beat shit players. No, we beat players who love to be carried. They're everywhere in Combat League. We fucking beat them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I find it funny because one of them actually was a YouTuber, and I ran into them on accident, or I wasn't paying attention, and yeah, next thing you know, it was a Scorpion and Farah, and I was like, dang, yeah, this is about to be fun. This is about to be fun.
That's the thing, though, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I just leave. Like, I can't be bothered fighting Scorpion Ferrer anymore. If I see it and if I get opened up by back three Ferrer at any point, I just leave. I'm not playing against it.
I absolutely feel you on that. I feel you on that.
and like also like this, like, to me, this is how it goes. I feel like there is a counter and an answer to almost everything in the game besides Scorpion Kenshi. So when I find that answer and I apply that answer to the rest of the cast, it feels great. That's why I just beat the shit out of this player. It feels great. I love it. So you guys need to understand, if you get to my level of skill and you beat carried players, you'll understand why I enjoy the game. The only thing I don't enjoy is streaming it with a chat full of dickheads and finding lagging, mashing, and idiot players on there. That's it.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more.
Yep, that's how we run, and that's what LKM is all about, which is why LKM is a thing, because they share the same vision as me. They don't want to be carried fucking idiots, and they want to beat the carried idiots and bag them and teabag them and get toxic on them motherfuckers, because they deserve it. That's how we do it. LKM is that. That's what we do. Fuck them.
Hey man, I definitely respect it. I definitely respect it, but for me, I ain't gonna be doing all that. But I definitely respect the mindset.
Yeah, of course. Anybody that shares this mindset, yeah, they just make themselves be known with LKM. If they want to do it, they can. They don't have to. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Well, that's all I really wanted to ask. Thank you for having me.
For
That's
sure.
cool, bro. Thanks for jumping on, man.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, we got Urban Boy next. But just before we do, Agent 47, thank you for the 5 memberships, bro. I really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. All right, I'm gonna bring in Urban Boy Sick. Urban Boy, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. How you doing? What's up,
What's
you
going
two?
on, bro? Shouts to Urban Boy. He's always in the comment section. I see you all the time.
Oh yeah, yeah. And sometimes I be looking at I've been looking at some tweets from Sick. I'm like, you know what? Let me just remix some shit and let me go ahead and just drop a banger on there, you know? I just do it for fun though.
Yeah, what's good, man? How you doing? First time?
Good, man, good. So I got a question. So this sort of goes a little bit off of Mortal Kombat. So is there like a sort of Sub-Zero equivalent in Tekken where in the previous game a character was overpowered or I don't know, broken, something like that, and then come to the newest game, they're a lot more watered down, something like that.
Okay, so there you go. Now, this goes back to my main point about Sub-Zero being the most notorious and hated in the fighting game shit. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Street Fighter and Tekken like they carry over the movesets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tekken, they reuse the movesets from what I understand.
So
yeah,
that's the thing. You see, every MK game is different with new movesets, and then those games they bring them over. So when it comes to nerfing the characters and shit like that, that happens, yeah. But Sub got fucked in his ass, like literally, when it comes to this. They don't took his shit away, right? So I don't think there is a fighting game character that has suffered as much as Sub. The guys literally hated Wily shit.
mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't fucking make sense to me, man. It's actually crazy. So if there was one, I wouldn't know about it because I don't play those games. But I know for a fact that there's nothing like that's happened to Sub, like it has happened to Sub. Sub-Zero is the most controversial fighting game character in my opinion. He's the most notorious, most controversial one, and yeah, there's just we can't escape it. Like the fucking character is going to be hated no matter what.
Oh damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yep.
So,
even if bottom dude, even bro, if they take away this every move he has in MK1 and just leave him with a poke, they're still gonna hate him. Deadass.
damn. Well, what about you, Mike? Like, do you think there's a character in Tekken that's similar to how they did to Sub-Zero or anything like that?
Nah, Tekken tends to just carry their movesets over, so the characters just tend to get stronger and stronger. I mean, there's nerfs here and there, but nah, I can't say anyone. Huh?
But nothing of the level what they did to Sub.
No, nothing, nowhere even close. Everyone just gets more and more beefed up as Tekken goes on because they tend to migrate movesets over. Sometimes, like, there's a couple of moves that Fengwei doesn't have anymore. They weren't like super powerful moves, but I just really like them. But he's gotten stronger as time has gone on. So, nah, Tekken's a legacy fighting game. So, if you look at Feng in Tekken 5, you can still see the Tekken 8 Feng there, but the Tekken 8 Feng's got a bunch of like powerful stuff, extra powerful stuff. So no, nothing like MK.
Yeah, and mind you, I'm not too into Tekken. Like the first Tekken game I played was Tekken Revolution. If y'all remember that game, that shit was like the microtransaction in that game. That shit would never fly in today's gaming climate. You would have to sort of, I believe I remember correctly. Like the way how they ran it was that you get like 3 battle coins each day, and if you use it up, you came and play online and something like that.
Yeah, it was Tekken Revolution's atrocious. I hate that game.
But next question. So I got a question about Shijinko. So I'm a Shijinko main myself. I think of who else? Shijinko Dink. I've been looking at his stuff for any sort of Shijinko combos I might have missed. So, what do you think about? I think Sick, you've used Shijinko before, right?
Definitely.
So, would you say that, mind you, obviously it's a very like a high skill ceiling for that character. So, do you think you would see yourself using that character long term or no? Probably a no, right?
All right. So here's the thing with that. Absolutely. However, there is a little issue about it. So when it comes to Sub-Zero Shujinko, first of all, Shujinko is definitely, like I said, the most complex and the hardest cameo in the game to master, because you got to remember everybody's inputs from when you steal from them. Then the thing with Sub. So I would definitely play him with Sub if I have never looked at another cameo ever since picking up Cyrax. However, if Sub gets a command grab or something to open the opponent up, something to just get a hit if we need it, then I would definitely take Sub Shujinko forward, because as of now, we're literally just jumping and running around looking for a counter. Like, it's all based on them doing something wrong first. And if they just choose to block all game, we can't really open them up with Sub Shujinko, and it's a bit tough, isn't it? The only way you would open somebody up with Sub Shujinko is Reiko stealing his command grab, and then you get a free opening off that.
Right.
That I'm not really understanding or sure, to be honest. If you play Sub Shujinko right now, you are going to get great damage if you get a hit, but getting the hit is the biggest problem. So at the highest level, it wouldn't work. On the average level, definitely will. It's definitely a good option. But yeah, I'll need to wait to see if they add something for Sub-Zero.
Yeah, and what I've sort of experienced with Shujinko is that I mostly use them for combos. So for example, for Conan, right? If I use him with Geras, I'm getting an easy 50% combo with no meter used.
Yep.
So that's the best you can use him for. Or, like you said before, use him for command grabs or that little counter that he has for Reiko. And that's just about it. But other than that,
it's the combos. It's the combos. I know what you mean. It's like what you're doing is it sounds crazy, but it actually is amazing. So like, you're using Shujinko's launcher, then you're using their launcher to start with, then you're using Shujinko's, then you're using your own. You're doing 3 different launchers in one big combo, and it's actually it's brilliant gameplay. It's fun. It's amazing.
Yeah, and that's sort of what that's sort of why I mess around with the Shujinko, because like I feel as though I'm playing a lot more solo, I guess, if that makes any sense. I'm not really carried by the cameo. Like I'm not the cameo. I am also, it's like a bonus, like a +1 to the character I'm using. So
you're not definitely, without a doubt, anybody using Shujinko is not carried at all, for sure. It's a very respectable cameo right there.
Gotcha. All right, so I just wanted to hop on a little bit just because I was over here editing and stuff like that. So you know what, let me just hop on to see what questions I could give out. But y'all enjoy the stream though.
I appreciate you, bro, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Catch you in a bit.
Catch you later.
Sick, you still good on time?
Yeah, man, I'm good.
All right, cool. We got Killer Z coming up next. Also, yeah, chat. No, I'm not just laughing at nothing. I'm laughing at your roasting of Faye. It's pretty good. You guys are coming with the insults today. All right, Killer Z, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, bro. Floor's yours.
All right. What changes would you make to the cameo system? Because I still feel, my biggest issue with the cameo system is how certain cameos just lock you in place. Like the character you uses like a kung fu pose and then they come out. Because the biggest change I've noticed is Sector, with how he just throws out the rocket and you can just keep moving.
So What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that you want Ambush to go, or you want it to stay?
Oh, I want it to stay, but I wish they would fix some other characters like Darius, how he can, if you use his move where he does like a flip over and then he leads you into a overhead kick. There's like a whole animation where he picks you up, where you have to like help him do the flip over into the kick. While other cameos feel like they don't need the assist at all, and they just come right behind you and then throw out their move. How would you change the cameo system?
Well, that's just based on the summon. So summon and ambush is two different types of moves, basically. The thing about that is it's kind of a complicated question because every cameo is unique in their own way. They all offer something. They all got one thing that's stupid. So Sector's is the rocket. Darius is not stupid in my opinion. Like, I personally don't think Cyrax, Darius, even Sub Cameo. I don't know, man. It's just Sub Cameo is a bit horrible to go against. It's just a question of which cameos carry the hardest at this point.
Yeah, because they do need to make some changes.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Sub? What other changes would you make for him? Like to buff him besides like his slow ice slide?
Who's Sub-Zero?
Yeah.
Oh, give me a second. I don't know if you can still hear me from there, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, so buff for Sub-Zero, I would say I don't want him to fall into the hands of all them tier whores. So I'm gonna just say that I'd just like him to have a command grab. If he has a command grab that he can open people up with, I would definitely go for that. That's his main issue. He has no way to open anyone up. The fucking character can't even combo off his back three, for God's sake.
Would you want something like Rain? Because I kind of like the idea where you can do like the ice hammer, but then you can go into the throw.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be a great mind. Like, I keep questioning why Rain has that, but Sub doesn't. Like Rain having that allows him to do throw launches repeatedly and make it scary for people. And then Sub-Zero not having it is just horrible to deal with. If he got that, that would be amazing. We wouldn't even need a command grab. It would be a nice mind game to add, and that's it. That means you're basically guaranteed a throw almost half the time.
And probably my last question will probably be is, what do you think they should like do to improve MK1 in general? Because the invasion system's okay. Combat League has its issues, but so far they've fixed a lot of their stuff. But then there's other broken stuff like, as you said, Scorpion Pharaoh, where they just lock you into a force 50-50.
Yeah, that needs to go. Like, this game's health would severely improve if that goes. Like, that has to go. That is just brain dead. Straight up brain dead. You don't need no fucking skill for that. What I would say is, I think a huge patch where they give every character at least one new move or buff would be amazing. The thing is, you don't want to nerf because nerf takes the fun away. What you want to do is make them all brain dead. If you make them all brain dead, then everybody's going to be happy and everyone's going to have fun and blah, 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 blah. That's it. We don't want no one having this, but then this character doesn't have it either. It's just not fair, is it? I think nerfing, we do need to nerf broken shit, but what I'm trying to say is if Scorpion Pharaoh can do that, then everybody should be able to do it with Pharaoh. If not, then they take it away from him. End of story.
Yeah.
It's that simple. But I do think, of course, new moves is the biggest thing about it. New moves. Need new moves.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, thank you for your time.
All right.
No problem. Thank you for jumping on. Just before we bring in the next person, just want to say thank you to Divine Matterhorn for becoming a member. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Almost at 100 members now, man. I appreciate you guys. All right, we've got the next caller, Conrad. Conrad, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
All right. First of all, what's up, Sick? You know me, Conrad.
Of course, man. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. First topic. Basically, you know Scorpion's ambush fireballs, right? What if every single ambush attack was like that, in the sense that it doesn't hit on block? I think that would improve the game massively.
If those that so that would so what that would do would benefit the competitive scene very, very much, because if ambush moves don't hit people on block, first of all, that will completely kill off the idea of several cameos like Kane and Striker. So there's no point of them even being in the game, which is something that wouldn't happen, I guess. But it's an assist fighter, and it's meant to be like this, unfortunately.
Well, they could be altered. Like, okay, I know the Kano ball, that's the whole point for safety. They could nerf that a bit. But say they already did it with Striker, his grenades, their moves, they made them be able to be good for combos now. I honestly think if they actually work on it, they can change the meta up completely. Because you've played Dead by Daylight, Sick. You know, as bad as you might think the game is, at least the developers genuinely try to switch up the meta and not just rebalancing. So I think if NRS did something like that, it would be brilliant. It would take a bit of work. It would be quite an update. But the whole ambush thing, that's the only thing I can't fucking stand about the game.
So
it's just this whole I'll do whatever I want into ambush cameo. I mean,
so what that basically means is this: why they won't do something about it and why it will stay the way it is because you need to remember that you're trading other cameos for this. So there isn't a cameo that allows you to be safe and at the same time give you a lot more benefits. As far as I know, in this game there isn't one. Like Pharah, for example, she gives you mix, but she can't give you zoning. But she can only get thrown across the screen. But it's not that worthy of doing, if you know what I mean. It's not worth it that much.
Yeah.
It's just more you use it for the mix. So I'd definitely say, like Kane, for example. Kane, cameo, forward cameo ball, and then the knives as well. They're trading launcher cameos for that, so they gotta hold that, stuff like that. But I would say if they did something about it, they would have to make them cost the whole bar, and it comes back slower. But that would be
exactly.
Yeah.
Also, another topic I wanted to bring up, lads, is the narrative of Mortal Kombat in general. Now, look, obviously, we all love Mortal Kombat. We've loved the stories over the years, but I mean, it could be just a subjective topic, but we talk shit about MK1's story being shit, which it was, at least in the latter half when they went back to the whole multiverse shit. Can we honestly say that the previous Mortal Kombat games have been any better narratively? I mean,
how far back are you talking?
Sorry?
How far back are you? Which Mortal Kombat games are you referring to? Just NRS or Midway as well?
Anything. You can go as far back as you want. I mean, look, adding some context to the gameplay is always important in a video game, obviously. So we always want a story. But I mean, how important is it to you both, you and Sick, the quality of the narrative in a game like Mortal Kombat? Because, if I want a story, I'll play Red Dead or The Last of Us.
I'll answer it quickly and then I'll let Sick go. I think if you're going to set out to do something, you should do it properly. So if Mortal Kombat is going to put a story mode in the game, it doesn't have to be Interstellar or something. I'm not looking for Inception or whatever, but I do at least want it to be coherent, and I want it to follow a path that makes sense both for the world building and for the power of the characters. So my problem with Mortal Kombat is that the power scaling is all over the place. It's the worst power scaling that I've seen in any fighting game, and they keep on retconning the game, which makes it very hard to invest. And the retcons haven't been great. So again, I don't need it to be 10 out of 10, just like I didn't need Tekken to be 10 out of 10. I just need it to make sense, and I need them to respect the direction of the character.
Right. What about you, Sick?
As long as they deliver a Mortal Kombat story where Sub-Zero is like considered a main ass character and he's got his thing going and all that, like he did in MK1, the way he's like the most, he's got the most bolstered attitude out of everyone else. He's no one's like him in their like, you know, the outworld characters are all sharing the same views and thoughts, and then there's Sub-Zero, the only one who just wants pure power. And then his little brothers, they don't like it, they don't agree with it. Sub-Zero is so unique. So as long as there's something like that in the next MK games, I don't really fucking care. I'll take it.
And sort out Raiden as well.
Yep, sort him out.
All right, lads. One last quick question. I won't take up too much of your time. You were saying earlier, look, you can't just nerf everything. You need to make sure everything is fun. It's not just about nerfs. As long as you make everyone broken, then everyone has fun, right? Aren't you concerned, especially you, Sick, aren't you concerned that will just create another MKX? Because as fondly as we look at MKX, and yeah, it's fun and it's deep, it's a good time, but it was frustrating. I mean, we haven't played it for quite some time, most of us. If you go back to that game, it can be fucking frustrating fighting against the Grandmaster Sub-Zero with all those clones and all the mix-ups, Quan Chi, the armor. Aren't you concerned that it could, if NRS actually did do that, it would get to a point where, you know, I mean, I love MKX, but I'm sorry, I found MK1 more fun. It's not as deep and not as quick, but it is more, MK1 is more fun. So aren't you concerned about it becoming another MKX and being an unbalanced mess?
Who do you want to answer first, me or Sick?
You guys choose, no problem for me.
I'll answer very briefly. So in terms of MKX, yeah, MKX did have very frustrating elements, especially when Alien came in. I don't know if NRS is good at finding the balance whilst also keeping it extremely fun, but I would prefer more crazy things for Mortal Kombat just because the story, it kind of fits that theme. Mortal Kombat's always been like the crazy variant to the other 2D fighters. So I don't know if they need to bring in more experienced fighting game players to help them do that. But I don't like the idea of stripping away things from characters in the pursuit of balance. I prefer the fact that MKX kind of threw tons of things at the characters and you could do loads of crazy shit. It's like Maximilian said that, or I think it might have been Maximilian, where it's like it might have even been Tom Brady, where you give characters loads of power and then you look at it and you're like, okay, cool. We need to scale this back and we need to maybe buff this or nerf that, rather than creating a game where it feels like it's very bare bones and then adding to it as time goes on, because then it's harder to retain people. If you make a game where like Sub-Zero, for example, has got 15 abilities and they're all mad, you've made the Sub-Zero players very happy, but you frustrate everyone else. So the Sub-Zero players that are reasonable and are going to continue playing the game will understand, okay, we're going to nerf 5 of them, so it's got 10 strong abilities, rather than putting Sub-Zero in the game and he's got 15 abilities and they're all shit. Then you've pissed off the Sub-Zero players, and it hasn't really done anything to the existing players elsewhere. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Yeah, man, he just hit the nail on the head with that one, honestly. What they fucking done to Sub-Zero is they took, like he said, the motherfucker had 3 great abilities in the last 2 games. Clone, Ice Ball, Slide. They took all 3 of them. They fucked Sub-Zero up. The only reason I've been having fun the whole time, or had any sort of fun, was because I had Serena and Chameleon for a good short amount of time, but there you go. Definitely what he said. No nerfing. You need to nerf the broken shit, but everyone in the game should be mad. Everybody in the game should be stupid and crazy. and that way then it's more.
Right.
more
Do you think it's maybe just a case of we just haven't unlocked all the potential in MK1 because it has a lot of depth? And Sick, you just recently discovered the whole Sub-Zero Cyrax stuff. What if there's more stuff like that just waiting to be unearthed? You know what I mean? What if people just experimented more instead of just going with the meta all the time? Maybe would find more depth and balancing. The game would balance itself out.
You need to understand that Mortal Kombat is one of them games where people love to jump on and try to ruin somebody's day with some broken shit. So, not entirely sure that they would actually. I wouldn't say they would take that away from them. They're retaining players because they're leaving dumb shit in the game for them to do. That's
Right.
one. But
Yeah.
then they can retain even more players if they give the dumb shit to everybody. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is the game can't die because it is not getting watered down. It's in fact getting more dumb with Kitana receiving 3 brand new moves while she's already fucking stupid and broken.
Right. I don't know why the fuck they did that.
Nobody
And
knows why. Fucking
Raiden's
stupid.
buff was rubbish. Have you ever seen anyone use it effectively?
No,
It's so situational.
no.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for talking to me, lads. Mike, one last thing before I leave. Did you like my Solid Snake impression?
I did. It was very good. Very, very good. You're
All
more than
right,
welcome to
cheers.
send more impressions.
Will do, Mike. Anyway.
Take care, bro.
All right. Cheerios, lads.
Thank you, man.
All right, Sick. We got somebody else coming in now. He said he's got a lot to say to you. He has a lot of things he wants to throw at you. He said he's been watching you for a long time, and he's very, very displeased with some of the things you said.
Extremely displeased. Extremely displeased. I'm the true Sub-Zero main in this stream. Buff Sub-Zero. It's the Liu Kuei Mafia. What's going on, fellas?
Good, man.
How you doing, bro? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I just came in, hopped in your stream, saw you guys were talking some MK.
Yeah, we're just answering questions from people. I'm curious. Like you're more of an MK11 guy than MK1, right?
Yeah, and Sick hates it when I say it. Like I forced him to play it like one time, but he hates it. You and me just played it like a week ago too, like a week or two ago.
Yeah,
I still enjoy it.
That was a painful experience. I mean, I couldn't remember a lot of the stuff that I used to do, but the game it's really, really difficult to sit and enjoy. It's really slow and I don't know. It feels a bit weird. I did have fun beating Alexis up, though. That was fun.
No, I'll say though, bro. Like I don't have any. I don't really have like negative thoughts towards MK1. I think I was kind of just accepted where it's at, but I just accept that they both 2 different games. I just kind of enjoy them both for what they are. But I would prefer that the next game be like the best Mortal Kombat game ever.
Sick was saying that he would like them to adopt the 3D theme, not necessarily the gameplay, but like the aesthetic of Mortal Kombat from the 3D era. For the next MK game, what would you like them to go with the aesthetic and the atmosphere in the NRS games, or the 3D games, or the original digital ones?
I think if they could find a way to make the gameplay 1-on-1 or 2v2 like the MK1 gameplay to whatever extent, but have the MK11 aesthetic, I think that's like the perfect marriage. I think part of the reason I enjoy Mortal Kombat 11 so much, I just like how it looks. I think that's a large part of like how I enjoyed the game. And the thing I was saying, I don't know if we had this conversation if I said it in the video, the personality of each character is heavily designed into their attacks in MK11. That's what I like about it so much.
Okay.
That's like the biggest thing. So if they can find a way to like incorporate those two, I think it'll be the best fighting game ever.
Best fighting game ever.
I think Mortal Kombat 11 was like, I know people, so people got their gripes about it, right? But it didn't sell 15 million on accident. Like that game, it did well for a reason, regardless of like what you do or don't like about it. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was a few changes from being like heavily accepted by everybody.
Okay.
Breakaway and a few janky moves.
Have you ever had any questions for because Sikander was answering questions from the community? Has there ever been anything that you've always wanted to ask him?
I want to ask him one before.
Oh, go for it.
My friend Lou, listen, bro.
What's up, bro?
I need to understand this, all right? So, can you explain to me how you are okay with the fact that you getting a hit on them in MK11 results in you possibly getting punished for it by Breakaway. How have you been okay with something like that stupid?
It's actually the worst thing about the game. But like when I was saying it's a few changes for me and Grape, like so either one or two things could happen, right? The breakaway punish system could have been incorporated better, or in reality, the lazy but simple thing to do. If breakaway had delayed wake up, that would solve 90% of the game's problems right there. I know it's not like the best solution, but like if breakaway had delayed wake up and you didn't have to worry about that, it's either get your combo or the combo gets stopped, but you're still in the offensive pressure mode as far as having Oki. That would have been one solution. They could have just switched it to combo breaker, which I wouldn't have had no problem with, you know what I'm saying? But or they could just make you eat the combo in general. Like I wouldn't have been mad at that either, because I'm a Dragon Ball FighterZ player.
All right. I guess. All right. How are you okay with you? So if you and your opponent are on 31% of health each, but they block for you to hit them into under 30%, giving them a fatal blow, and then they press just 2 buttons back on you and hit you with the fatal blow and kill you. How are you okay with that on the ground when you can't even break from it?
I mean, I think it's trash, but if you think about it, if the first hit of a fatal blow in Mortal Kombat 1 clips you the same way, doesn't the same thing happen since they changed the armor?
But that's the thing. It has to be on reaction. Like there's a skill gap in there where you gotta do on reaction fatal blow for a single hit, so they can't break from it. That is a lot of skill. Like I love doing it. I do Sub-Zero's fatal blow on reaction to somebody throwing a projectile, and it hits them. So there's a difference there. You get hit 1 hit. If you do 2 hits into a fatal blow, you're gonna break. You can break. The 1, it took a lot of skill for you to do it, unless they're doing some random bullshit on wake up. But yeah, like I'm gonna be honest with you, half the time, 80% of the time, my inputs get eaten up by the animation the fatal blows go into in MK1. When the fatal blow animation of theirs starts up, it eats up my input. So for a moment, I thought I pressed standing 2 by accident, but guess what? I'm still blocking after it. So it's actually saving me. So this system here is so much better than that shit in MK11 where you just boom, that's it. Armor's activated, fatal blow hits you. You know, it's horrible.
But I mean, I'm not saying that MK11 don't got to share problems. Like it got shit that piss me off this trash. I'm just saying which one I have more fun playing. I mean, like, bro, I go through like 3 to 4 week increments where I don't play Mortal Kombat 1. That never happened with Mortal Kombat 11. And it's not because I'm not good at the game. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it could be a combination of the time too. Like it's other fun games to play. Like where maybe when Mortal Kombat 11 was out and in its heyday, there wasn't as many fun games to play. So you played it more often. But like, I struggle to play Mortal Kombat 1 just from a fun perspective.
Do you guys ever go back and play MK1, 2, and 3?
The first one, they're like on the SNES ones.
Yeah, like I still like, because one of my friends, Sabi, has the MK2 arcade cabinet. It's got MK1, 2, 3, and Trilogy on it, Ultimate. And I still go back and play it. And even though like I don't want them to entirely go back to that, I do like the fact that the combos in that are quite short and they're quite to the point. I don't know, like, how do you guys feel about the combo structure in Mortal Kombat 1?
I mean, if I was to go back and play one that I liked, it would be Trilogy. Trilogy had fun combos. I think I'm just past the day where it's like one attack, you know what I'm saying, like kills. Like even I had a little bit of fun playing Samurai Showdown, which got that same kind of old school style. But I just think that's not my style of gameplay in general. I like to do combos and fun, fast shit. So I wouldn't want to go back past Trilogy for real.
I like there being long combos, but don't you think that the long combos should be locked behind a higher skill ceiling? Because my main gripe with Mortal Kombat 1, it's not that there's long combos in it. It's how you access them and the ease of accessing them, which is a problem that I have with some other fighting games. Long combos are fine. Like they had long combos in Street Fighter 4. That was fine. But in Street Fighter 5, they had long combos, but they were so easy to do. And then in Street Fighter 6, they're also easy to do. Don't you think Mortal Kombat would benefit from having long combos, but locked behind an actual like higher skill ceiling?
it's tricky, right? Because you know, like when you say that, it makes me think of like those really you know, like those games like Guilty Gear Strive or like some of those other like anime style fighters where like the people who are really, really good are insanely good, and then like some other people can't catch on. I think it's like a double-edged sword. So like, let's say if they made it where it was that hard to access certain combos, I think they wouldn't get the success that they want sale-wise for such a popular title. I think that's kind of like the battle within.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'll keep it real with you. Listen, long combos or not, first of all, MK11 was so watered down that it barely had any long combos, and it was ugly and terrible as hell. Now, I love long combos. I do them every day with Sub-Zero and Cyrax. I do some mad, crazy combos in the corner into brutalities. It feels way better than MKX doing them. However, I would say the biggest issue and the worst thing about MK1 is the fucking throw launchers. Throw launchers, any stupid idiot can literally just mix up a mid or a throw launcher the whole game and win, and that's the worst part for me because I'm not that good at the throws and teching them. But like Liu Kang players, for example, they just jump, they grab, throw you over there. Kung Lao, same thing, again and again and again and again and again, and it's just so ugly. And Scorpion does it too, so fuck that, man. I'm not with that.
So hold on, Sick. I gotta ask you a question then, right? Because you kind of explained to me over time, like how you feel about all the different MK1s or all the different MK games in general. Why do you like MK1 so much more than every other game? If you hate like how they treat Sub-Zero so much.
So that's what I said at the start, not the start of the stream, at the start of around the start of last year, I said that they have literally made my dream MK game, but Sub-Zero's ass in it. So the reason why I uphold MK1 completely is because the breaker system. The breaker system lets me do whatever I want. As long as I have it, I can take risks and I can feel, I feel very safe when it's there. I feel like I'm ready when I have my breaker. So number one, breaker system. When I have my breaker, I feel safe. I feel like I can do what I want. I'm not afraid of my opponent or whatever they do, and I'm not afraid of their fatal blow either because you can break from it. So that's one. Then two, my biggest issue in MKX and 11 was anti-airing. I couldn't anti-air in MKX because subs anti isn't that horrible, and they barely led to anything. And in MK11, anti-airs never existed. So MK1 covers that for me. MK1 has brought back anti-airs that lead into big damage, and it's got a block, which means anybody you get a full combo punish on an up block, and that's amazing to me. That will deal with the players who love jumping like idiots nonstop. So that's great. So finally, and I'd say finally, is the air combos. They're my favorite to do. So there's three reasons why I say that's my favorite MK. Even though they butchered Sub-Zero in it, I'd say that is my favorite MK because of that three.
What about you, Mike? What's your favorite or worst thing about MK1? I feel like you and me are labeled like the MK haters. So what's your thing when it comes to this game?
What, just specifically on gameplay or just as a whole?
Just in general, like whatever you feel about it that makes you opt to play it or not play it as often.
Well, I guess because I don't play too many fighting games in the offline modes, they don't tend to be good. So if I'm just focusing on the gameplay, my biggest put off about Mortal Kombat 1 is the pace of it is really, I don't know, it's not as bad as MK11, but it's not great, especially as a fan of MKX. The pacing, the way the game is presented, like the lack of impact on moves, the neutered move sets. I really don't like how they changed a lot of the characters in the game and they slowed a lot of shit down. I played General Shao, so his combos were actually pretty fun to do. Baraka's were not. He was the original character I played, and that wasn't very fun. And I guess the cameos is probably the biggest thing. I really don't like the way the cameos were implemented into the game, but obviously things have changed quite a bit since I was playing. But just observing it and speaking to people that were playing it in its first year, it seemed to be like a flavor of the month game. And I hate that shit in games when they bring out something and it's like, okay, everyone's on this now because this is the best thing, not because it's popular. So yeah, I just think the cameo system is a very, very unpolished system that, fair enough, it's gotten better over time, but with fighting games, I really do think you need to come out the gate swinging. I don't think they have the same luxury as a game like No Man's Sky, for example, where it started off as absolute trash, and then over time people have grown to love it because they updated it. Thing with fighting games, because they're so hyper competitive, you need to have stuff in there that makes it feel rewarding and satisfying. And I just didn't feel like that playing it. But when I played MKX, I really felt like I was beating the shit out of somebody. And MK1, I feel like I'm sort of hitting them with a pillow.
Yeah, see, I think sometimes, like when it comes to my view in this conversation, and maybe some of my bias to MK11 is because when I bought MKX at launch, but I was still kind of like playing sports games and stuff at that time. So I didn't really like invest a lot of time into it. And then once I got really good at MK11 and like my channel grew, people were like, bro, you should go check out MKX. So I tried to go back and check it out. And just because I liked MK11 so much, I just couldn't really find the excitement in playing X. Like even now to this day, I consider going back and just like trying it again because I know I'll be good at it if I wanted to. It's just I don't have the inspiration to play that game, you know, like a ton of hours. And then I think when it comes to MK1, my gripe is similar to 6 is that the game is decent, but my character is just super boring. Like my character only has like so many combos, like as a Liu Kang main. So like pretty much the combos I was doing in month 2, they're still applicable right now, but that's just not exciting. Versus like I'll see certain characters get buffs and they get like all these new animations. Liu Kang has back to 1. That's the only change he's been given since the game started. Is his back to 1 string. Everything else is still day 1. So maybe I have to pick up a different character or some shit like that. Pick up new Cybot.
When I was playing MK1, I did play a bit of Liu Kang, and he seemed fun at first, but then it seemed very robotic after a while. Like I felt like I was just doing the same shit over and over and over. But like I was saying to Sick earlier, I think it's better that you give characters tons of power in the beginning and then work out the kinks as you go along. Obviously, we've seen them do that in Tekken as well, like Dragunov and Yoshimitsu and Nino are way over the top. And some people even argue Feng is. And so it's a double-edged sword. I think that you should give characters loads of power and then go through like at least 6 months to a year's worth of testing with people that actually understand how fighting games work to iron out the kinks before you bring out a fighting game. Otherwise, if you turn people off, like look at Sparking Zero. I still play it, but they managed to turn off 90% of their player base. And it's been very, very hard to get. Yeah, it's been hard to get people back. It's going up because the updates that they did to the game were fantastic, and the game is completely different from what it was on day 1. But a lot of people are like, yeah, sorry, I paid my money, you didn't deliver on day 1, I'm out. So I think next time with Mortal Kombat, they should go down the route of, okay, we're going to give the characters loads of cool, insane options. We will bring in testers to iron out the kinks. Then we'll release it to the public. We'll see how it gets on in the first 2 months, rather than we're going to neuter the characters and then we'll add to them if we see fit. I don't think that's a good idea. That's what MK1 feels like to me.
Yeah, so you rather have just everything busted out the gate and so. But see, kind of what you said, that's why Dragon Ball FighterZ is my favorite game. They just broke everything. Just make everybody broken, and it's like let the players figure it out. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. I want to show you guys something real quick. So this guy on Twitter said MK1 definitely failed, right? And I replied and I said, show us. Can you show me how it failed? And look what he replied with. I literally just asked for a fucking source and an article, and he replied with all that. See that?
Hey, you gave you what you wanted, bro. He said, "Hey, bro, gave you every detail of that shit."
Under that, I said, "Show me a report from IGN that says it fucking failed." And he couldn't do that. So
I'm reading the chat at the same time as we had this conversation, and based on what I said about Liu, somebody pretty much said that I said MK1 is trash because the Liu Kang doesn't play the way I want him to, and it's like it'd be crazy when stuff like that get misinterpreted because I don't think MK1 is trash. I've been saying, well, I might have said that before, but the game has improved over time. But it's just the cameo system thing. Like you tied the cornerstone of the game to the thing that's like the most not fun about it. So regardless of like you feel obligated to use it, and that's kind of what like limits the game. If they just had full 2v2, I think this game would be received much differently. That's all it is.
Yeah, 2v2 would have made a huge difference. It's too late now. I know people are saying remove the cameo system. It's unrealistic. It's like built into the framework of it.
Yeah.
I think that what you could do with MK1 if they are gonna close it down is that do what they did with Dragon Ball Fighters. Just whatever assets you've got that you can load into the game or whatever changes you think you could make, just break the game, let everybody go ham, and let the players figure it out. Because right now, like I was watching Max play, and I've never seen Maximilian look like his soul wants to leave his body when he was playing the game, and I was a bit like, that's as a Mortal Kombat fan, it's not fun to see people, and it's not fun to sit here and be like, oh, the game is NRS have flopped big time, but you just call a spade a spade. If you're looking at somebody like Maximilian, he's also not having fun, and he seems to find the fun in a lot of these games. Then it's a bit like obviously I'm happy that there are people that play Mortal Kombat 1 and they feel like they got their money's worth. That's great. I don't want people to feel like they wasted their money, but it looks like majority of people are not happy with it. But like Sikander loves it. I think that's great. Sikander plays the game. He loves it. He doesn't have a problem with it. That's awesome. I unfortunately, like Sikander was saying that he didn't really mess with the 3D ones. I don't know if he played the digital ones, but I was playing MK I started on MK3. Didn't because I was too young for the other ones. And then I played MK3. Then I went back and got to play MK2, and that me and my brother loved Ultimate Mortal Kombat MK Trilogy. So I've had that frame of reference to work from. It wasn't just, I've started in the NRS era. I had the digital looking ones. I had the 3D ones, which are my favorite for loads of reasons. And then I've had the NRS one. So I have a frame of reference to go by. And it just feels like of all the fighting games on the market, MK feels like it can give the most. And MK1 to me felt like it gave the least.
Do you feel part of your opinions are like shaped by the community? Because like I get what you're saying. Like I'm an older gamer too, so like I played the very first Mortal Kombat 1. Like that shit was like a big deal when I was a kid and came out, and they didn't have blood on Super Nintendo, but had the blood on Sega Genesis. So I've played every single one except 9 and 10. I didn't put a lot of time into those. Like I played those, but I didn't put like a lot of time into them, right? So I think the thing that's like frustrating about being like a creator like in the Mortal Kombat space is that when you say something negative about the game, people think that you hate like the franchise as a whole. But in reality, you want it to do well. It's just that you've also seen like the peaks and valleys at the same time of it. And it's like, it seems to be that you would almost feel like that you've earned the right to have your opinion because you've seen every single game. But people think that you want the game to like do poor when that's not the case at all. You just want to have like a fun part, because there's no upside to like bashing a game that you or a franchise you enjoy. But it's like you can't. It's kind of like what you said about the Souls thing. Like, imagine if you're just tied to one game and you're forced to play that game, but you don't like it. Like, that's why I kind of make it a point to sacrifice views at times to play other games, because I would hate it if I just only like recorded Mortal Kombat and then people knew me for that, and then this game came out and I didn't like it, but I'm forced to play it all the time. Otherwise, I won't get any views.
Yeah, I mean, I have this conversation with people all the time. Someone literally left me a comment on Twitter today, and he said, I used to watch your content, but I'm starting to notice a pattern that you just bash anything when there's a new thing coming out, because obviously Virtua Fighter 6 is coming out. And I just put up my review of, because it's been 1 year since Tekken 8 came out, so it's appropriate to do a year one review. And I gave my honest thoughts, but depending on what community you're on, it seems to be that's how they'll frame the narrative. I will get called a Tekken Glazer by the MK guys. Now I'm getting called a Virtua Fighter Glazer by the Tekken guys. I think with regards to MK, like there's videos of me on the internet going to tournaments, winning tournaments for MK9, MKX, MK11. There's footage somewhere, although it's hard to come by, of me playing the 3D games with people. I've been to my local like game station when it used to exist, playing the game in tournament, even Ultimate Mortal Kombat or Mortal Kombat Trilogy. I went to some place where they were doing a small tournament for it. So I've always been on the Mortal Kombat bandwagon, but I think if you're an actual fan of something and something isn't pleasing you anymore, then you should say something about it. It's the same with Soul Calibur. Every single Soul Calibur that's come out up until 6, I was a massive fan of. And then Soul Calibur 6 came out and I was like, I don't like this. And luckily the Soul Calibur guys are very mature. They were like, yeah, we could see why you don't like it. And that was it. There was never any, he hates Soul Calibur. But even now with the Tekken guys, I've grown up playing Tekken. You can find videos of me on the internet playing Tekken 6, Tekken 5, Tekken 7, Tekken Tag 2. But now that I'm being critical of Tekken 8, because it's clearly taken a different turn in its design. Now you've got people saying, "Oh, you're just hating," and I'm just like, I can't get angry at these people because they must be very young to be saying stuff like that. They don't know who I am, or maybe they're used to seeing a lot of hate on the internet and they're just attributing to that.
Mm.
But one thing I've noticed with every single person, and the person on Twitter did it today as well. I said to him, "You're calling me a hater, you're saying I'm being negative. Can you point to where I have lied?" And he stopped replying. And it's the same thing that I ask people all the time. If you can show me where I'm lying for engagement or where I'm saying things for engagement, then we'll have a conversation about the game. But everybody asked, it was like, "No, you're not lying." So I said, "Why are you calling me a hater?" And they're like, "Oh, because you're always making negative content." And I was like, "Well, maybe that's because the game's crap." Like, do 2 and 2.
What's funny about you saying that is this is probably the most I've ever put time into Tekken. I really enjoy Tekken. My only real pet peeve is like sidestepping should be better. And I know that part of the reason that it's not is because they want offensive games because it's more visually entertaining, but they kind of sacrifice some of the skill gap in regards to making sure that the game is fast paced. That's my only real pet peeve with it. Like when I sidestep something and I get hit and I know that it's linear and it retracts, that's like a real problem that'll keep you like gatekept as far as ranking goes because you're losing shit on like 50-50 casino stuff. But other than that, I love Tekken. Like I love Tekken a bunch. I play Tekken every single day.
With Tekken 8, the sidestepping to me, the sidestepping actually feels better, but the tracking on the moves, like the moves realign.
Yeah.
I was playing a Dragunov player and he did back 4-3, and I clearly stepped around it and I got smacked, and I was like, this is annoying. Like you're clearly watching me go around him and I'm being hit by it. I've even seen Brian players, they literally turn around to complete the string after someone's taken their back.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, skill issue, skill issue." That's not a skill issue. That's a design issue.
Yeah.
If I've sidestepped, which is a core component of Tekken, and your move realigns with me, that's not my fault. That's the game's fault. And I saw FDX asking for people to compile a compilation of videos to show where this is happening. But I was like, we know this is happening though. Like we see it everywhere. I was on a stream with somebody, and they used one of Devil Jin's moves, and he literally flew around me and started hitting me. And I was like, that's not a skill issue, mate. I sidestepped. The game punished me.
Yeah, that's the only thing I hate about Tekken. But other than that, I love it. I need to play Sparking Zero because you always told me I should. I wasted money. I bought it and haven't played it to this day.
Well, you're in the winning column then, because you're gonna get to play the best version of it, and it's actually really good now.
That's true too. But I'm gonna let y'all get to it, bro, because I got a bit of a weekend. My birthday is tomorrow, so I'm kind of making things happen for the day. But yeah, I want to just tap in with you and kick it for a minute.
No, I appreciate you coming by, man. I hope you have a good birthday.
For sure, bro. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one, dog.
All right, bro. Take care. Are you all right back there, bro?
Yeah, I was just trying to order some food.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like we've covered pretty much everything. There was a couple people I didn't let come in here because I could tell there was going to be a bit of trolling. But yeah, was there anything else you wanted to go over?
I'm just gonna open your chat real quick, and I'm just hoping. All right. Okay. Well, the big mouth shut the fuck up finally. All right. Then yep, that's cool. That's all.
Yeah, I did offer him an invite in here, but you know, he's one of them keyboard warriors.
He's a wanker. He wouldn't come in here fuck with me. He's a bitch. He knows I will shut his ass down.
Yeah, well, all right, well,
that motherfucker's scared of me. End of story.
Yeah, Lee Bolden, you can't come as a guest speaker because I've heard your name in here a few too many times. I'm not putting sick through that.
I don't want to see him. I'm good. Fuck you, Lee.
All right, bro. Well, if we're done, I'll get you out of here. I'll talk to the stream chat for a bit. I really appreciate you coming on, and I hope this is a glaring example that whether you love MK or hate MK, we can all get along. There's no need to insult each other unless it's fate that, you know, do what you must.
Yeah. All right. That's all then.
All right, bro. Take care of yourself, man.
All right. Peace out, bro.
Peace. All right, guys. Well, that was Sikander. That was a good chat. I really enjoyed that. It's always a pleasure talking with him. And I appreciate all of the super chats that came in. All of the new members. We're at almost like 100 members now, which is insane. That's why there's so much members content on the channel. I'm trying to honor the people that are signing up. So, yeah, but W Sikander, man. Very, very good conversation. I appreciate that. I thought we were going to get Tom Brady in here, but he's out with his kids, so he couldn't jump on. But it's good to get Lou in here. And thank you to all of the guest speakers. Once again, guys, and there's 700 people watching right now between Twitter and YouTube. If you think I dislike you because you like Mortal Kombat, it couldn't be further from the truth. I'm a Mortal Kombat guy. Trust me. I know it might not seem like that. But I'm also happy to have people on that. You want to talk about the game? We'll talk about the game. I'm happy to. I was very happy to hear what Sikander had to say, and I'm happy if you spent your money and you're having a good time on it. I genuinely am. I don't want people to waste their money. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it. The Royal Rumble's on in 2 hours, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, like the stream if you can. MK1 stream next. Bro, listen, I'll hear you guys out and I'll have people on to talk about MK1, but I'm not playing it. I was very, very clear on that. MK11 could dip my toes in every now and then. MKX 100%, but nobody's really got it anymore. Predictions for the Royal Rumble. My babes, Io Sky. Hold her close to my chest. I hope she wins. Royal Rumble winner for the men. We gotta go CM Punk. Only makes sense. I think there's a chance Kevin Owens could take that championship tonight. You dislike the stream. If you dislike the stream, you dislike the stream. It's all good. MK1 common just one, bro. I can't do that. I was very, very clear. The only time I turned MK1 back on was to save people money from buying Chaos Reigns. I managed to get a code. I played the game on stream so other people didn't have to. John Cena's gonna win. If John Cena wins, I ain't gonna be mad at it, man. I ain't gonna be mad at it. Do I think he's gonna win? No. I think John Cena is gonna win the Elimination Chamber. I think CM Punk is gonna win this Rumble. He tore his tricep last time. It was his last match before it in 2014. The story's there. Cena's won the Rumble, twice, I think? Has he? Is it once or twice? Either way. But yeah, Io Sky, I'm pulling for Io Sky. Io Sky and Kairi Sane, those are my favorite female wrestlers. I'm always the Kabuki Warriors, goated. And Asuka, of course. But yeah, I'm pulling for CM Punk to win. I think since he's come back, the company stocks have gone up. He's been fantastic. His rivalry of Drew McIntyre was great. So, but yeah, thank you all for rocking with us for so long. Thank you all for the super chats. It really does mean a lot. I might be streaming some Tekken tomorrow, possibly. MK1, I'm sorry, guys. That's just there's no incentive for me to do that. Virtufier, that will be very, very soon. But and also, hey, wait, before everyone goes, shout out to our boy Fate. He had me dying. I was sitting here while Sikander was talking to people coming on the stream, trying to not laugh my head off. Give it up for my personal jester, Fate. Give it up. W's in the chat for Fate, man. I mean, listen, I know he doesn't make money from doing comedy, but he really should. That shit was hilarious. You got to give respect where respect's due. He deserves that. You want to talk about clown? Nobody embodies that more than Fate. Shout out to Fate, man. Hey, Fate, listen, bro. You're my favorite ops. You are my personal jester. You will dance for me for as long as I need you to. No, honestly. I have no hate in my heart for Fate, man. It just makes me laugh. All right, guys. Take care of yourselves. Have a good evening. And I'll maybe see you tomorrow or Monday. Take care and peace.